There we go. Tavern Keeper, Necromancer. How goes? It's great coming back after such a long journey. Yeah. Did anyone have to tweak their graphic settings? So far no, but I am playing on PS5 and not PC. So I am uniquely not in that. I do not have that problem. I know, Steph. Thank you for the resub.
Do you have a moment? I have a lot of things for you from everyone.
Ba, 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 ba. Because it uses more VRAM now. Not sure why. I thought they tried to reduce the VRAM usage. I haven't really delved that deep into the update patch notes, but I thought that was one of the things they said they would do less. Oh no. Oh no.
I was given a message for you.
That's bad. First time watching stream, welcome. Hi. I had high preset, I see. Oh, sorry for the ads. Hold on. I sure do miss optimization, yeah. They didn't change anything, but they fixed the VRAM usage it says it uses. Maybe they didn't fix it enough. Oh no. The woes of Capcom PC games. Yeah, it was the same thing with Dragon's Dogma. Which is a shame because that game is like right up my alley. But boy, it doesn't run well. Just finished fighting the laggy? Hell yeah! Dragon's Dogma was a Capcom game? Yes, it was. And Dragon's Dogma 2 came out on the RE engine. I think the RE engine is just not meant for big, open, wide open levels. Because that's the only common thread I can see between Monster Hunter and Dragon's Dogma, and both of them running badly, whereas Resident Evil does not run badly, and Resident Evil does not have wide open levels. Alinthi vids, by the way, Alinthi vids are being edited. Don't worry. They are still being edited down by a few editors, not just Mr. Demo this time. I've hired on additional editors to speed up the process a bit. But once they are done, I'm going to be releasing them weekly. Glad I can catch a stream and love all the content you provided over the years. Oh, thank you. Meow! Hi, Echo! Thanks for tuning in. Alright, now that the ads are finished, we come back to Monster Hunter. Now, before I fight Lagiacrus, I am going to fight one Rathian, or Rathalos rather, just so I can upgrade my my Rathalos sword. Because if I remember correctly, which is really funny, Lagiacrus is weak to fire, which is really, really funny and also very cool, because Lagiacrus is kind of like the Rathalos of the sea. They're kind of like parallels, if you think about it. Rathalos is red with dark blue accents, and Lagiacrus is blue with reddish accents. They're kind of like mirrors, like foils. So, who is Lagiacrus? Lagiacrus. Also, apparently the official pronunciation is Lagiacrus, or Lagiacrus, which absolutely not. I refuse. I refuse to say it that way. Absolutely not. Yeah, no. I'm not calling it that. But if you would like to join in for a guaranteed Rathalos Ruby, the lobby ID is up there at the top. You can see VC5Q97FH. That is the lobby ID. So if you want a guaranteed Rathalos Ruby, fighting tempered Rathalos, so that'll give you a Hunter's Mark II as well. Lagiacrus. Yeah, no, I say Lagiacrus because it's like Leviathan, you know? It even uses the Leviathan skeleton. He is a Leviathan. So I'm just gonna say it's a regional dialect and it's my accent. We have layered weapons now. Yeah, that's cool. I'm probably not going to use it because I like how the aesthetic of the weapon informs what it can do. And I know that that's for the people who use, what's it called? The Ardian weapons, but this is me sandbagging myself, but I don't want to use Ardian weapons for everything because they are the objectively best numerical weapons. But that just means that there's no reason to use the actual monster weapons, and I don't like that. I'm gonna use the monster weapons. If it makes the game harder, then so be it. But that is something that I feel is not in the spirit of Monster Hunter. Agent Redhead, thank you for the raid. Welcome. I only have one Ardian weapon of a type. Yeah, I only have like one or two of them, and even then I don't want to use them. Mostly because, like, if I use an Ardian weapon, I might as well use an Ardian weapon for every element, right? And that just means there's no reason to use the weapons built from the monsters. And that's a little sad.
Rosetta wanted to announce that after she suddenly lost her job, she now has a new one within 1 week of search. She's gonna make bank. Love you, Joe, for your time. Go 2. And Echo.
Congrats! Congrats on the job search, Rosetta. Hello? Oh yeah, they added new emotes, I believe. Here's one of the new emotes.
It's clear to everyone that the new monster is the laggy guy named Chris. So says Moon Moon.
Yay! Idle dance. Echo abusing the happy notification. Oh, it's so cute. Hold on, let me... There was one that is really, like... really good. Hold on. Bounties... No. Add-ons? Oh, I'm preparing for a quest. Okay. If anybody else would like to join me on this quest, this tempered Rathian, or tempered Rathalos rather, for a guaranteed Rathalos ruby, I think you need to eat something. I know. I'm waiting until there are hunters in here so I don't waste time. Because what happens if I eat before there's anyone in here, and then I'm, you know, some of the time is gone because I'm not on a hunt. I know, I have played Monster Hunter, Kanget. I know how to play Monster Hunter. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Have you eaten IRL recently? Yes, I have. I ate right before the stream, so I apologize if I burp.
It will be okay, for I am here. Mwahahaha.
Okay.
Quest now. Are you prepared?
And if anybody else would like to join as well, like I said,
Don't let them go to waste.
the lobby ID is at the top. Hello, Rathalos. There you go. Oh my gosh, yeah, heavy bowgun gang. Everybody's got a heavy bowgun. I'm the only melee user. Let me know how the audio sounds, by the way, if the game is too loud, too quiet. Most likely probably too loud, huh? Slightly too loud. Gotcha. Alright, turn it down a bit. There we go. Good flash.
Apparently someone might get their hoodie today even though it is so hot out.
Ooh. Hoodie is cozy time. Sometimes I do just like, even when it's just room temperature, get the hoodie out because I want my ears covered. Oh, should have blocked that one. I don't know how that missed me, but it did. Nice. Good stagger. Ah, the joys of ranged weapons, not having to worry about flying monsters. Oh my gosh, you guys! The staggering. My goodness. Yep, just bullying.
Mom wants to know what you have for breakfast and if you want her to make you anything.
Oh no, I'm okay, Gabo. Don't worry. I had chicken sandwich right before I started stream. Thank you, though. Oh, tail cut? No, just kill. Very fast. Well done. Holy crap. Good job, everybody. You did most of the work. I was missing a lot of those. Is there any combination of foods in the little cooking animation you'd like to try IRL?
This is a rare research opportunity. Can't let it go.
Yeah, the fish. Definitely. Because I might make a video about it. I recently tried to make the Monster Hunter steak that they make in the cooking animation, and I think I nailed it. I used pork instead of actual steak, like actual beef, and it is probably my favorite meat dish now. Yeah. It's delicious. Just throwing it on the grill, letting it cook for a few minutes, getting that nice, like, orange red juiciness.
So tasty.
So tasty. There we go. Oh, I got two! I got 2 Wrath Rubies. Oh yeah. We need to try the one with honey sauce. Oh yeah. Yeah, we need to do it in like a pan, because that's how they do it. So that they can soak up all the honey. All right, with that, let me upgrade my Rathalos sword, and then we can hunt the Lagiacrus.
Anything catch your eye?
Ooh. There we are.
Ready to get to work?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Perfection.
There we are.
Fit you to
Maxed out Rathalos sword and shield. Alone? I'm gonna try it alone first, yeah. And then once I do, because I need it. It's got to be an intimate moment between me and the Lagiacrus. It's been so long. Rapid morph? No. Critical element? Yeah. I have critical element here. Wait, that's bolt. That's thunder. Hold on. I want critical element, fire attack. Yes. Like re-meeting an old friend. Yeah. Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate was my first Monster Hunter game, so this is... It's been a long time coming. It's been a while. I mean, I believe he was in Gen U, right? I believe so. Maybe not. I could be wrong. What games is he in? Let me look it up. Hold on. Isn't every monster in Gen U? I thought, so I spread some misinformation. I thought like 90% of the monsters were in Gen U. They're not. Like half of the monsters in all of Monster Hunter are in Gen U, but that's still a lot. Most monsters were in Gen U, but not all of them. Like Monoblos is not in Gen U, notably, and a few other notable ones. My first Monster Hunter experience was Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. Ah, yeah, you could fight a Tigrex, right? I remember that crossover, seeing news about it. Yeah, Giganox is not in GU. Is there Sharp? Where's the fire attack stuff? Yeah, fire attack. And then for the last one, handicraft, I guess. Handicraft or razor sharp? I'll do razor sharp. let's get some lightning resistance, shall we? Tenderizer, destroyer, chain. What is you? Burst. I don't need burst. I need lightning resistance. Or as this game calls thunder resistance. What is you? Latent power. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Gammoth would be cool. Yeah. Sadly, Gammoth is a unique skeleton that they have to remake. The shame of saying World was my first... There's no shame in that. Wasn't for me wanting to try it out. My friend would have never shown it to me, and I would have never discovered you, dear JoCat. Aw. There's no shame in starting with World. It's no shame in starting with Wilds. Anyone saying that you're not a real Monster Hunter fan because of the Monster Hunter game you started with being more recent is being an elitist gatekeeper. If you play a game called Monster Hunter, then you're a Monster Hunter. Anyone saying otherwise is being stupid. Like, World was a lot of people's first, and Wilds is also going to be a lot of people's first. The next Monster Hunter is going to be even more people's first. That's just how franchises go. It's like new people come in. Bullying the Rathalos was a good palate cleanser after I got whooped 4 times by Tempered Steve. Let's see. Now, there's a way I can reduce the thing to 0 to, like, so that I can have just one person on the hunt, right? Settings. There we go. There we go. Just for this one hunt. I believe I talked to Eric?
Oh, thank goodness you're here. All of these people come bringing alarming reports of Rathalos activity. Olivia's tied up on another investigation. I'd love it if you could take a look. Do you mind?
What's up?
I have a proposal, if that's all right. Eric has already been gathering intel and has an understanding of the situation. Why not have him serve as handler for this investigation?
Ooh.
If you're amenable, that is.
True, that might expedite things a bit.
Swapping handlers.
All right, let's do it.
Heck yeah. He seems so sweet. I don't know why people don't like him much. Because people don't like men who don't fit the traditional view of masculinity.
I've already told you. This red wyvern issue is a life or death matter.
It's been hounding our poor livestock around the clock. At this rate, someone's going to get hurt.
Red wyvern. Big angry. You lot have weapons. Use weapons. Fix problem.
You got it.
I hear your concerns and understand them, but now I have a question for you. Has this ever happened here before? Why would this red wyvern start making trouble now? Aren't you curious to find out?
Monsters just act on instinct, don't they? What's the use in asking why?
That's not true, though. They're living creatures, the same as you or me. There's always a reason for their actions, just like you all had reasons for coming here today.
Eric is right, which is why we intend to investigate the cause.
Well, I guess if you think that's best.
Red wyvern.
This man is
Close to our
huge.
home.
I forget how massive the people
you
of
for
the
tip. All right, let's begin the investigation.
Smithtown are. They're all like so built.
It sounded like you wanted them to understand monsters better, Eric.
Well, sure. I guess I do.
Yeah.
This probably isn't much of a surprise, but I've never been great at relating to other people.
Aw.
One time, Werner found me feeling low and told me, people are living creatures too, right? That's your field. Ever since, I've started to believe that I was born human for a reason. Learning is about opening a new door and walking through it. I don't want anyone to give up on that. There. Rathalos tracks.
He's very neurodivergent coded.
Let's have a look.
And I like that way of like taking that hyperfixation and trying to like apply it in a way to help yourself in social situations. I like that. That's cute. It's like, okay, take your hyperfixation about animals, apply it to people.
These are claw marks.
Still fresh.
These markings are to make its presence here known. Proof of a strong territorial nature. Let's keep moving. The tracks continue ahead.
Let me adjust the volume. Just a bit. Just so we can hear the voices a little better.
That looks like...
Something's different. Let's take a look.
It's just fire. What's that?
These are Rathalos scorch marks.
Right.
It must have been quite agitated. Fighting with some other creature, perhaps?
Yeah, that happens. Rathalos gets bullied a lot. For the King of the Skies, Rathalos sure gets, like, hit by a bunch of other flying monsters a lot and beat the shit out of. Oh, wait, this! I have seen... Okay, so I have been spoiled a little bit of this. Before I go in here, I need to show you guys the intro cinematic for Monster Hunter 3. Here. Let's see. Let me do this. Kayamba! Oh, I miss Kayamba and Cha-Cha. There he is, the king of the skies, and then the king of the ocean. Ah, great Jaggy, my beloved! And I want you to take note of this framing. Is it... Oh, where is it? Did I do the wrong? Oh, it's further back. Okay. Well, here's also Brachidios. Freaking punchy slime dragon. Slime T-Rex, who's awesome. Yep, Rathalos flies down. Yeah, I think that's it. This, keep in mind this framing. Rathalos flies down, and then Lagiacrus comes out of the ocean. The rivalry. Yeah, alright. Here we go.
No Rathalos I've ever seen left marks like this.
You found it, Rival?
An electrical burn. But there shouldn't be any monsters here with thunder properties.
Not the game intro. Oh, okay. Try, not... Okay, not 3U. Try intro. We're gonna get to the Lagiacrus soon, I promise. Yes, this one. Okay, yeah. Man, the cinematics have come a long way. This does not look nearly as good. This one, he comes out of the water in a face-off. Sky versus sea. God, I love the 3U theme, or the 3 theme. Anyway. Now we get to play the game.
Over here! Quickly!
Hello, I'm going to carve you now. Electrocuted. Ah. Look at all those dead fish.
They've been electrocuted.
Let's fall back.
Oh no, small monsters. Here he is to claim his territory.
What's happening? What has the Rathalos so worked up?
And then he's gonna come out of the water. There he is! It's the same scene! Absolute cinema!
Hey, Eric!
Yes! Bam, 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 bam.
Lagiacrus! That's the cause of all this!
Bam, 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 bam. Da, 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 da. Ooh. Yes, the try music.
Here in the east, in the forest no less. I can't believe it! The Lord of the Seas!
All right, Eric,
This is
trying to book it.
incredible.
It's
But
time to book
how?
it now. You need to get safe.
This is the kind of
Yes,
rush
it's
that
very
most people
fascinating. Now go
understand.
away.
I want them to know just how diverse the Scarlet Forest really is!
Yeah, time to run now.
But if we leave things like this, the disruption to the ecosystem here will only worsen.
Not the time, Eric.
Unfortunate.
You can tell us back at camp.
However, in the name of ecological preservation and the safety of nearby settlements, the Guild...
Eric. Let's capture it.
Oh,
Alive?
hell yeah.
That would allow us to monitor it long term. But even so, a Lagiacrus! That's an awfully tall order for...
But that way works better with your philosophy, right?
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Bit of a weird line. It's very like, from my perspective, the Jedi are evil.
The Guild authorizes
Whoa.
the capture of that Lagiacrus.
You got it.
I'll do everything I can to back you up.
Let's take ibuprofen together. Hello,
Our mission
old
here is
friend.
to capture it alive. Let's be careful.
It's mantled with energy. Watch out for thunder attacks.
Ba 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh, I'm back. Do, 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 do. God, this music. Oh, it's so good to see him back in HD. They couldn't do it for World, but here he is. Ooh. Are they paid DLC? Nope, this is a free update. Ooh, they added more to the music. Ah!
It's entered an enhanced charge state. Exercise extreme caution.
God, the Tri theme is so beautiful. Ooh, all right. Yeah. All right, angry time. Oh, I love the strings they added. God, this rendition is beautiful. Apparently, they added more iframes to the sliding slash. I gotta try and use that to dodge more. In one of the patch notes, the slide slash got more iframes. They actually nerf sliding slash. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, it was pretty strong. Shorten the invincibility time. Okay, yeah, my mistake. I must have misread.
Oh, nicely done.
Thank you. Wound. Wound stab. There he goes. There he goes, my hero. Oh, I love his new icon. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Did SNS get a damage buff? That's cool. Oh, all right. It didn't do much, but... Get stunned, get stunned, get stunned. Get stunned, get stunned. How do we nerf paralysis? Add Lackey, yeah. Add monsters that just don't give a fuck. Actually, I don't know how well or bad paralysis is, because he's thunder, he's not paralysis, so I don't know. Like, maybe he does have resistance to paralysis, but I don't remember. But I don't know if that's related to his lightning. There we go. Nice. Break his back crystals. What? Hello. Okay, I tried to block that. Ooh. Whoa, that looks so good. Compression does not like this game. Oh, is it like... Is it causing... Yeah, oh man, the bitrate is really bad. Hold on. I don't know why it's so bad. I have my bitrate really high, so I don't know why it's adding all that compression. Maybe it's the waterfall in the background? No, it's just the game footage in general. Like, let's see. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Sorry about that, everybody. Is it just Twitch compressing stuff? Yeah, but I don't know why it's this bad, though. Normally it's not that bad. I hope it's just on something on Twitch's end. Twitch caps at 6K rate. Yeah, but like that's the thing. It's I thought I had it on like 5K. Oh, he's tired. Oh, you're so tired, huh?
Here's the monster has left a piece behind.
Yeah, I cut it. Yeah, in the meantime, let me check. Stream output. Oh no, for some reason it defaulted to 2500. Let me see if I can change that. Apply. I don't know if that's going to change things immediately, but we'll see. Does that look better? On you guys' end? Like, it looks better on my stream dashboard. Like night and day. Yeah, I don't know why it defaulted to 2500. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody.
Yep.
Oh, you know what it was? You know what I think it is? OBS had an update today.
Yep.
My OBS updated today, so it must have defaulted back to the low bit rate. Where'd he go? Not
Up ahead. This must be its nest.
Ooh. Ooh, I've not been to this area before. Oh, it's just like its nest back in Try. It had like a little cave. Oh, that's perfect.
We received new supplies. I'll take the opportunity to add them to your sacred's pouch.
Thank you. Get that leg. Yes. I can get wounds through the monster. I can teleport to the other side. That's a superpower this SNS has.
This is bad. It's readying a powerful discharge attack.
Yup, that
Have
happens.
to get in the water and attack to stop it.
Oh.
I'll keep the status reports from on land coming.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Okay, I can't attack because I'm not from the Moga village. Oh my god! This is them experimenting for sure. They are definitely like trying things out. Yeah. This is Capcom potentially seeing about bringing back water combat. I didn't think they could do it. They are in fact Monster Hunter trying things out. Yeah. Okay. Goosh, goosh. Oh, go ashore? No, no, cling.
Use of the environment in the water. Letting it create. Fully charged station fun.
Go ashore? Or do I keep attacking? Potion. Slurp. You know, I like this like method of going up and down and staying on a 2D plane a whole lot more than how Try did it. So I think if they stuck with this like staying on one 2D plane, I think it could work out. Because that makes it like a whole lot more easy to maneuver, since on land you move on a 2D plane, essentially. Because that was the biggest problem with, well, one of the problems with underwater combat is maneuvering in 3D is hard. So if they made it like this, hell yeah. Piercing pod. Pew! No, don't do it. Ah! Don't do it. Pickles, where are you? Oh, jeez. Come on. Pew! Yes. Pew! Yes! Oh my gosh, his glowing eyes. That's cool. Whoa. Wow. Yeah, I'm built different.
Keep the pressure on!
What you doing?
Attacking from the water. Be careful.
Yep, I see it. Lagiacrus. Pew. That's pretty cool. Whoa, 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 whoa. SNS has a GP? What's that? What's a GP? Guard point? No, it does not have a guard point. It has a perfect block, but no, not a guard point. Perfect block refers to like parts during an attack that you can actually block, right?
We're trying not to slay it here.
I know. Don't worry, I got it. Alright, that should be good. Just gotta bring him up over here. Pitfall trap. Come here. Yes! Boosh. Ah, it's the try ending music.
You really managed to capture a Lagiacrus. You're unbelievable. Now it's my turn to get to work. I'll have this amazing specimen studied ASAP.
Yeah, this is the quest complete music from Try. Oh, that's awesome. Aw, this is the best. Yeah, look at that snork me. The water combat in 3D, there are options to ascend and descend. You're meant to do that against certain attacks and evade the rest. Okay, neat. I mean, I can figure it out, guys. Don't worry. It's the whole idea behind playing a game is so that I can learn it as I play it. I'll be okay without the tips. What are you gonna name him? Chris. Christopher. Or Christina if it's a girl. Chris for short. Have you seen a video of how strong a monster hunter from a hunter from Monster Hunter is compared to real life? Oh yeah, the science, like the feats of strength you do.
Because of another monster called Lagiacrus. As for that one, it appears to have migrated
Father,
in from
can I
far
keep him?
outside the region.
Maybe.
You're able to tell that much?
Yes, from trace substances on its body and the growth and wear on its dermal spikes. As for why it's here, I suspect it was drawn to the ample prey in this nutrient-rich environment.
Huh. I'd never stopped to think about monsters like that. Just went with what I was taught.
Guess they pick fights and get bent out of shape too.
We'll transport the Lagiacrus back to its original habitat, but this could happen again.
Let's plan how to handle things from now on together. The Red Wyvern, too.
Hey, I'm sorry, for coming in demanding you fix our problems.
We really appreciate it. I definitely wouldn't have thought of capturing it.
Big thanking!
Great work, everyone.
Thanks, Alma. I think this is another case closed. Hey, can I talk to you?
Anytime,
Like you
Eric.
said before, you sounded just like Olivia. It really meant a lot. Would you mind if I helped out Avis Unit as a handler on your investigations again?
Oh.
I'm fascinated to find out what sort of path you choose to walk.
Really? It would certainly be helpful to broaden our range of expertise. I, for one, am all for it.
Yeah.
Sure. Welcome aboard.
Really?
It's our pleasure.
Well then, just let me know whenever you need my help.
Oh, you can pick your handler. That's neat. Yeah, I think this was a request people were asking for since World, because everybody much preferred the series handler. Neat. You can pick your handler now. There we go. Add-ons. Let's see here. Time to spend money. It's fine. It's a business expense. GU had this feature? Oh. Did it? Wait, GU didn't have handlers. It had quest givers, didn't it? Unless you mean Rise? Well, Rise didn't really have... Like, it had quest givers, and you can choose which quest giver you went to. Is that what you mean? Housekeepers, yeah. Oh, Gestures Volume 6. Oh, it's free! Whoa!
Time for acceptable tax dodging.
Never mind. No need. It's free. Is it because I have the special edition, or is it actually free for everybody? There's a second set of gestures added that cost money, though. Ah, I see. Ah, Gemma hairstyle. Gemma Alma Nata. Neat. Not sure. I had the deluxe and I got it free as well, but nothing else. Yeah, I don't know if the deluxe edition makes it free or if it's free for standard edition as well. But let's see, where's that one gesture that I've been seeing? That it's like very... Hell yeah, there he is. Weak to fire. Yeah, not that weak to it, but weak nonetheless. And yeah, he is pretty resistant to paralysis, but not immune. See, where's that gesture? I'm gonna go to the gathering hub. That boy gets too lost in observation sometimes. Yeah, he is very hyper fixated. Hello everybody. Hello. Warts. I must take the center stage, like the performer I am. For it is time to put on the cunty slippers. Cool dance, step dance, pop dance. No, not this one. No, not that one. Okay, so this is not the dance. Oh, it's this one from Monster Hunter World. Yeah, I remember this dance. Okay, so that means the other dance that I saw is the DLC stuff. Which do I don't know where the DLC things is here. Oh, you can see everyone's secrets. Ah, I didn't know that. That's cool. DLC cat. Hello. Add-ons. Is this the one? Blossom Dance. Gesture set 3 and 4. I think I'll just get the gesture sets. The one with the dance that I'm looking for. Ooh. Apparently I don't have this one. Some more old school Monster Hunter gestures. Oh, I have to relaunch to get them. I see. Cute dance, alluring dance, hip-hop dance. Photo sets. Do I really need to restart? Because, like, hip-hop dance. And I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look for hip-hop dance. Yeah, see? Hip-hop dance. Nice. I like the music that goes with it. Back to the stage. Let's see, lay it on me? Nope, that's not the one. Cool dance? No. Soul dance? Where's the one? Let me see. Maybe I need to go to the PlayStation Store. Hold on. Let me go check. Here at Monster... Yeah, I'm a Monster Hunter. Yeah, I play Monster Hunter. Which means going to the PlayStation Store.
Come on over.
You hunt 2 monsters and then you browse the store for the emotes. That's how you play Monster Hunter. Sacred pendant face paint gestures. Where is it? Is it this one? No, I have that one. And I have that one. Oh, what is it? No, that's Street Fighter. Not looking for Street Fighter. Ah, maybe it's an event quest, I don't know. Maybe it's something I need to unlock. There's a very specific dance that I saw that I'm looking for. I'll check again. Maybe Cosmetic DLC Pack 2? But then how do I... It says DLC Pack 2, but it's not this one. Deluxe packs? Nope. Yeah, I don't know. If I can't find it, then it's no worries. I'll just go hunt some monsters. Maybe it's a luring dance. I guess it needed to install. Maybe that's it. Hold on. Back to the stage one more time, and then I'll hunt some monsters. Sorry. Then I can hunt some Regios. Yeah, this one! Yeah, this is a cunty dance. POV, you're in Apex about to get slayed by a hunter. God. Yeah. That's great. Awesome. Love it. Absolute cinema. Anyway, let's go fight the other monster that this title update added. Alright. Now, I am not as familiar hunting this monster, so I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. And I'll still do this one solo as well. Why not? Let's see how monster hunter I can be. I must prove myself to see that I am worthy before I allow a team to carry me.
Baby tell a grown-up? Hey, traveler? Can I, tell you something? No, sorry. It's okay, never mind.
No, tell me about it.
What did you want to talk about, Nebby? Don't worry, I promise no one will be mad, and the hunter here is going to help make whatever's bothering you better.
Well, Nemo and Funo said they're going to do the Sacred Riders trial, so they went up to the plateau all alone, even though we were told not to because of the strange monster.
There have been sighting reports of an unknown monster around the village lately.
The grown-ups said the monster was chasing after the Sacred, but Nemo said he wasn't scared. I didn't want him angry at me, and...
Does anyone else know about this, Nebby?
Yeah, Nona does. She just left on her Sacred.
Thank you for telling us. We'll go make sure everyone is all right. You wait right here.
Nebby, what's wrong, child? What's the matter?
Get in the bag!
Nana,
Shout out to Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Can we leave Nebby here in your care? We need to head for the plateau as soon as possible.
Go on then. I'll watch over the girl. You just be careful yourselves.
Let's go.
Get in the bag, Nebby.
Now! We will stride the wind and soar like the great bird Samult!
Let's fly!
Guys, wait! You can't do the trial by yourselves!
Oh, you kids are...
full-fledged Sacred Riders!
you
We're
are
gonna glide
8.
from here and prove it! I heard that a strange monster has been spotted around here.
Phew.
I know how scary they are. We have to go back.
You are 8 years old. This is far too dangerous.
Oh, it's the travelers! Hey! Hunter! Miss Alma!
Everyone, it isn't safe here. Let's head back home.
Okay.
Yup. There he is. The pine cone.
Seragios! No! It's taking her! Nona, don't! I have these two. You take care of Nona and the Seragios.
Got it!
Give her back!
Nona, be careful!
No! We can't lose her!
The sacred!
Oh, jeez. Oh my god. Nona, the Giga Chad. What a brave kid.
You're something else, kid. Now, get these sacred back home.
Okay!
Gosh, she's built different. I would have been horrified. Oh, just right now. Okay. Well, I didn't get my weapon ready, but whatever. Let's do it. Oh man, I have not fought this monster a lot, so I am not familiar with his moveset. Like Lagiacrus. Oh, and I didn't restock either. Okay, that's fine. Induces bleed. Hey.
I've sent the other two back safely. For the safety of the nearby settlement, the guild authorizes you to slay that Seragios.
Yup, yup.
Understood.
There we go. Ouch. Thank you, Pickles. Ouch. Alright, there's the bleed. Ooh. Yup. This is my chance to restock. Alright, cool. Let's see. Where are you going? All the way over there. Okay. Let's just go raw damage. And let's eat. Yeah, save myself from a feint. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Onwards. Oh, I didn't restock my items. Oopsie. Vroom vroom. What supplies we got? Just the usual. Doop 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 doop. Hey, over here. Yep, and then pinecone form. down the game now that Lagiacrus music is done. Ooh, clash! Oh, that's neat. Oh, yo, ow, 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 stop, stop! Oh, I could have flashed him there. Ow, what a grab attack, holy shit. POV, you're a cat owner. Oof. I'm gonna die. Thank you, Pickles. Ow. Stop, I just want to get rid of the bleed. There we go. Ow. Thank you, Pickles. Oh, he's tired. Oh, time to do a little bit of stop. A little bit of this. Is that a wound I see? No. Yes. Yes. Nice. Jeez, he really likes using those claws, huh? Ow, stop. I'm just gonna carve this. Hope you don't mind. No, no, no biscuits, no biscuits! No biscuits, please! No biscuits! No biscuits, stop! Stop! Ouchie, ouchie. You can really tell that I do not fight this monster. Ow. Stop. Mine. Oh god. Oh no, no, no biscuits, no biscuits. Please, no more biscuits, please. Oh, thank you, Pickles. You're a lifesaver. I'm having more trouble with this normal, untempered Seregios than I did with arch-tempered Raydao. Come on. There you go, awesome. Steve is indeed a bully. This is the guy who bullied Rathalos out of his King of the Skies title. Hi-ya! There we go. Okay, yep, you're gonna be angry. Nope, you're not. Nice. Get stunned, please. Get stunned, please. Nope, you're just gonna rip this off. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna run away. Because I am unfamiliar with fighting this monster, I'm just gonna play it safe.
More supplies have been added.
Okay, he can get stuck. Ugh. Good perfect blocks on my part there. Smack! That would have been cool if that stunned him. Lazy now. Yeah, you better run, I say as I'm coughing up blood. Yeah, can't handle too much of me, can you? Come on. Oh god, the bleed again. Wouldn't be a problem if I were Hey. Whoa, there we go. Lance user, come on, this way. Right over here. Yeah! Direct hit. Yep, Angie time. Get out of there. Nah, I'm killing this thing. It doesn't deserve to be captured. It has been a thorn in my side. Ha ha ha. Steve, your time has come to an end.
It looks like the monster dropped something.
What did it drop? Oh, slinger pod? Yeah. Blade scale pod. That's new. Is he sleep in his nest? Ooh, Fulgurite cave. Cool. Is he asleep? Shh. Shh. Yes. Oh, he's all fucked up. Yup. Don't know what that did. Oh, it gave him bleed. Okay, neat. I think, yeah. Oh boy, 2 damage a tick. There we go.
Fantastic work. The children in Sacred are also safe.
Yeah, I struggled with that one.
Nana is watching over them now. Let's make our way back to Kunafa as well.
Bleed difference, yeah. Bleed made the difference there. So-called bullies when I throw C4 at them. There we go. This felt like the harder fight of the two. Oh yeah. I believe Seregios is a high rank monster in the game that he's introduced. So the only version of him that existed was high rank. I'm pretty sure. I'm not certain. Whereas Lagiacrus did have a low rank. What's your favorite small monster? Ooh.
Children
Probably Gargoyle.
From attempting the trial alone.
The big fluffy birds.
Why did you break this rule?
We just wanted to be real secret riders. That way, we could be Zato's hands and help everyone around
I wonder
the
if he
village.
tastes like chicken.
I see. You were in a hurry to grow up. But rules like that exist for a reason, child. They are made to keep you safe. Alas, people forget the sting of loss as the years pass.
Like OSHA.
What do we do if we forget, though?
That is why we tell stories. We pass on knowledge of danger through generations, so that it may be avoided.
Like OSHA.
Nona, I heard about the Seregios. Are you okay?
She's the reason that Sacred made it home safely.
She glided down from the plateau like she was a bird herself.
Wow! That means you're an official Sacred Rider, right?
Things only ended well this time thanks to the Traveler and Alma, Nona, Nemo, Vuno. You are never to do that again. If you insist on breaking any further rules, you'll find out why they called me Nana, the Howling Gale. Any questions?
We're really sorry! We won't do it again!
Good. Lesson learned.
That's gonna be Echo when she grows up. All right, awesome. Okay, let me go back to the Gathering Hub. I'm gonna open up my my hunts to allow people to join in, and we're gonna farm some laggies and seregs. Steve and Chris and Steve. But I want to look at the armor first.
Come on over.
There you are.
Hello. How can I serve?
And... oh, yeah, that's right. I think I remember. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of this design. Unless this is new. I'm not sure. It could be new. It looks like the, what's it called? Like, Velocidrome sword, and I was never a big fan of that design. Yeah. But the Lagiacrus, yeah, the Lagiacrus axe. Yep. There it is. Not my favorite, but it's okay. I like the color scheme. Yeah. What was that new one? Ooh. Different.
Should I begin?
Watch this.
Good.
Laggy and Steve drops are very rare. Oh. Are they now? Let's see the armor. Oh, just passed it. So it's gonna be mid-ranged armor. Yeah, mid-range, kind of mid-high. Yeah, the classic. Yeah, I love that the armor is like such a parallel to the Rathalos armor as well. So cool. Look at that coat. So cool. Like, second only to the Rathalos armor. I feel like this is one of the more iconic ones in Monster Hunter. And this is the feminine version. I don't like it as much. But what's it got? It's got maximum might, latent power, weakness exploit, that's pretty good. Aquatic mobility, weakness exploit, maximum might. Okay, it's pretty standard. And thunder resistance. Some pretty standard stuff. Seregios. Ooh. Adrenaline rush, counter strike, evade window, and extender. Yeah, jumping around a lot. Makes sense. Ooh, I like this one, gives you a little buckler. Neat. It's kind of like Super Sentai armor. Yeah, I might make the arms just so I can have 2 shields. So it's got Adrenaline Rush, Counter-Strike, Bleed Resist, Agitator, Evade Window, Counter-Strike, Adrenaline Rush, Agitator. Yeah, okay. Nice. Neat.
Another satisfied customer.
Alright, well, I'm gonna start putting up...
Hey, Hunter, I have a bunch of things the others gathered for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Everyone in the village said they can help too.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Alright.
I'll talk to them for you.
Right.
Yes.
Optionals. Do I have it? No,
I'll be
I think I
waiting
need to look
Double
at...
shields for double the sword's bright father.
Oh, okay. Never mind. There isn't, Seems as though I don't have Lagiacrus available, but, if anybody does, I'll pick it up. Let me check the quest counter. No, this is arena quests. Whoops.
See you next time.
Yes.
It's available lower on the list. Oh, that makes sense, actually. There it is, the Seaborn Lord. There we go. All the way over there. All right. If anybody wishes to join on this one, by all means, feel free.
Not forgetting anything?
The lady at the quest counter does the same as Alma. You just went to the arena guy instead next to her.
Because I'm stupid, you see. You see, in my defense, I am dumb. Insurance, Tumbler, Defender, Moxie. Capture Pro. Ooh, let's do a capture then. Where's the seasoning? Where's the flavor? Dang. The Sild people really, no wonder Nata was like so taken aback by the flavor of all the other. Yeah, that was just a salad. We just took some leaves and fruit and ate it. No steaming, no barbecuing, no skewers. Just raw right off the tree. I wish you could see them cook. Yeah, me too. Raw salad. No Creole, no dressing. No ranch. No spice. Nothing I love more than raw, unseasoned tomatoes, lettuce, and egg flowers. Yeah. At least throw some bacon bits in there or something. Your PC runs this fairly well? Thanks! It's because it's on console. And not PC. Have you seen the Azuz meal? No, not yet. I should.
Let's be on our way.
Next time. There he is. Da 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 da, Lagiacrus. I'll wait for everybody else. Oh, I should have waited for... You gave buffs. I should have waited. My bad. Sneak attack. Come on, sneak attack. Sneak attack. Hiya! Nice. I see other people have buffs. I should have stuck around so maybe I could get some. Damn, look at that backstep evade. Did you guys see that? That was neat. Ooh, good trip. Good stagger. I love the Sacreds are like just hanging out like, oh, what's going on over there? That's pretty neat. Anyway, how you doing, Bill? Oh, hey, James, it's been a while. How's the wife? Oh, you know, just had her first, you know, nest of eggs. A little bit cranky, but who could blame her? Yeah. Mine was the same, you know, it gets easier though with your first batch. Ow! No, damn, your hunter's getting fucked up. Yeah, that happens. He thinks he's cool. He writes these guides, and some people watch him, but honestly, you know, like, he just finds the most highlighted parts. The power of editing, you know. These sacreds know the internet? Oh yeah. They know a lot more than they let on. Ooh, another sword and shield user. Nice. I don't know how I didn't get hit by that. Ooh, thank you, backstep. Backstep OP. Oh, I am... Oh, man. Oh, he's paralyzed. I was like, what is going on with that tail? I should put on shockproof. Yeah, sword and shield buddies. The sexual tension between two sword and shield users doing the same combo.
Looks like the monster dropped something.
Does he go in the water most fights or only when you first see him? I don't know. I guess I'll find out. I'll see if that was a scripted thing or if we'll actually get to do that regularly when you fight him. We might kill him before I get the chance to see if that's a thing, if it's scripted or not. How does new laggy hold up compared to 3U version? I haven't played since release. I would say it's pretty faithful. He's got a few new moves, which is cool. Oh yeah, he's going underwater. Yeah, he's got a few new moves, which is to be expected. It's pretty faithful. Like most of the hip checks, the hip check is toned down, of course, and not as frequent. But that's because he has more moves in his arsenal now, which is very neat. Never thought I'd see the day, though. Laggy and HD. Do we go in the water? Oh god. Alright, yep, this can... Alright, yeah, I guess we fight him in the water. Here we go. Welcome back, Try. Close enough. Yeah, there was no way that, like... Now, I don't know if this means that we are going to get full-blown underwater combat. And I would understand why we wouldn't, because they have to build an entire moveset. That said, Capcom has done crazier things before. I didn't think they could do, like, both masculine and feminine armor designs. And yet they did it, like the mad lads they are. Because you gotta look at it from a developer perspective, right? From developer, like, resources, it just is super inefficient to develop an entire section of the game that is only going to be relevant for a handful of monsters. And even then, those monsters you have to deliberately design movesets and animations for when they're underwater. So that's a lot of extra work. every monster is going to be on land, so you can always account for every monster having an on-land moveset of animations. But underwater, that's just extra work for things, so if you wanted to be efficient, you wouldn't do it. Which makes me understand if this is the only underwater fight we get, and that it stays a gimmick like this, where it's not quite the same underwater as 3U. That said, though, Monster Hunter continues to surprise me with things that I thought that they wouldn't do. So, yeah, it's entirely possible. The realist in me would have said in the past, nah, not in a million years. But reality, I can see it. I would have to see it to believe it, and I'm seeing it now, and I'm believing it. I can deny it no longer. There's a non-zero chance. The man's cope never dies. Yep. I've had my fair share of copium, and I don't huff it anymore, but this is making me get back on that. If ever so slightly. I'm not saying it is going to happen, I'm just saying that there is hopium. Underwater combat, but with the base and oil, so your entire screen is just black. You just can't see anything. Yeah, like this move, that swimming move, is very iconic, very familiar. A classic. The hip check. Hey, aw, dang. I should have been paying attention. I should have called for capture. Well played either way. Nah, it's okay, it's okay. I was caught up in the moment as well. I goofed! I can't believe it, man, come on!
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Get out of town. Yeah, it's just because I had Feline Capture Pro or whatever on, so it would have given us more, or at least given me more rewards. Do you have a reason to prefer Capture? No, it's just let's see. The food buff that I had likes Capture. Yeah, there we go. Capture Pro meal. Where is it? Yeah, increase the rewards you receive for captures. Let me look at the layered weapons. So I might want to change the base, like, Hope Sword into something else. Equipment appearance. There we go. Nice. Ah, okay. So it has to be like a maxed out weapon in order for it to be layerable, or at least like 7. So I'm gonna change this one. Let's see how it works. Equipment appearance. So if I change it to like the Lagiacrus sword, does that mean if I change swords? Ah, it stays. Okay. Alright. I think I'm not going to use layered weapons then, because I like showing the different weapons that I'm using. But that's neat. It was an honor? It was an honor back at you. It was a pleasure. Thank you for carrying me. Well, with that, I did have, while I was grabbing footage for the longsword video, I did happen upon some pretty decent investigations, if you guys need, like, gems and stuff. So I think I'm gonna hunt a couple of those. And then we can call it. Let's see, where was it? It was a... Ah, there we go, Mizutsune. Yes. So, if anyone needs a Mizutsune orb, which is like the gem for this monster, I'll put this one up. Mizutsune orb and Hunter Marks, or whatever they're called. Hunter Mark 3. Regis, what are you weak to? The ice and thunder. Mizutsune is weak to ice, thunder, dragon. Dragon the most, alright. Do you think you can take the giant alligator of death and slaughter with your puny arms? Do ya, huh? Ready, go. See, 100 dragon, 220 dragon, 220 dragon. Water resist. Do I not have any more water resistance? Yeah. I don't. Oh my gosh. Blasphemous. I'm a fraud. Unbelievable. Old anime OVA called Dragon Half. Oh. Mama needs a new alligator skin shoes. Don't worry, we'll get you some. Along with a purse as well. Matching purse. I'm running out of armor spheres.
A sage choice.
Does the gator skin shoes come with a purple hat and pink cane? I mean, it can be. If you really wanted to, you can mix and match. Oh man, I need some armor spheres.
Could I get a Lagiacrus labubu?
What? Labubu? The way Gobbo pronounced that sounded like complete gibberish. Sure, Gobbo. Whatever that was. Lagiacrus Labubu.
Satisfied customer.
Let's see the Azuz cuisine. Full wide range? Yeah, way to go. Full wide range on a charm. Oh my god, look at that! Now that's some seasoned food! Ooh! Oh my good god. Oh! Oh, the jiggle. Oh, holy shit. Oh, I need a cigarette after that. And some wine. Good lord. See the jiggle on that meat? Hmm. You get the meat sweat with only one bite. Oh yeah. Yeah, I do hope they bring some of the Sunbreak monsters as well. I feel like they get a bad rep because they are part of Rise, you know, and Rise is a little bit of a black sheep, but we got spot for one more! Tempered Mizutsune, if anyone wishes to join in. With a guaranteed gem. There we are. They are in Rise, and they are technically Rise monsters. Oh my gosh, it's Rathalos from Monster Hunter Wilds. With its focus on yokai, has so much more room for more monsters, as does Sunbreak. Yeah. That might be why they might be hesitant to include those monsters. Wait, is this... Oh, it's just a regular Mizutsune. Never mind, it's not tempered. My mistake. I thought it was. But there is a tempered Mizutsune on this hunt, if you want to hunt a tempered Mizutsune as well. My mistake, but it is still a guaranteed gem, that's for sure. I can't add an investigation of another monster on the hunt that I'm on, can I? I can't be like, oh my gosh, there's a tempered Mizutsune, I'm gonna save that investigation. No, you can't. Let's do this. Oh, he wasn't in the trap, he was just paralyzed. Alright, come over here. Or just get completely wrecked, I guess. Pish, pish. Ooh, here's something that I can bring up. So you guys know that video that I made about the new MMO, Project Ghost. Like, you guys were so cool. The community manager was very impressed at how, like, very receptive and polite and nice my community, my comment section was. And what's surprising is r/MMORPGs, you know, the subreddit, was positive. They liked the video. r/MMORPG doesn't like anything. But yeah, I wanted to extend that compliment. Yeah, the CM was just like, wow, they're so well behaved. So thank you guys for making me look good. But also, I will have a chance to have a Q&A with the devs, including Ghostcrawler. So let me know what kind of questions you guys might have for the game, so I can like extend them, so we can have them like kind of prepared. Like what kind of things you want to ask about Project Ghost. Because Faye was like, see what they want to learn about blue zones and stuff, and like, you know, sure. On one hand, I'm like, maybe they do want to learn more about blue zones, but I have a feeling that people are going to want to know about other parts of the game. Oh wow, that was fast. Well done. But yeah, let me know what questions people might be interested in for Ghost, so I can get them prepared. Are the ghosts spooky scary? I sure hope so. What their plans are as far as player expression goes, like armor, appearance, emotes. Good. Here, I'm gonna write it down. Here. Hello, Sacred. It also, knowing what questions you guys have will also be useful for finding which devs could answer those questions as well, which devs can be on the stream. Ooh! I got two orbs. Sweet. Good morning from Australia. Good morning, Australia. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe you can't understand me. Let me fix that. Good day, Australia. Oi, good day. Well, we having a good stream, all right? Crikey, we be hunting them monsters. Making sure we carve their hides. I do a terrible Australian accent. I'm sorry. Wish to know what forms of player expression, transmog, emotes, etc. are their plans for? Let's see. Left-facing Joe does a French accent. I do a terrible French accent. Your balls are gone. That's great. Okay, I'm gonna go sit at the table. Let's see. I'm just gonna go sit at the hunting table while I grab some of the questions from you guys. Table gestures. There we go. Okay, hit me with those questions now that the ad break is over. Those who missed what I said, basically, Fantastic Pixel Castle, Greg Street, Faye, all the devs are very, very happy with not only the performance of the Project Ghost video that I made covering the game and giving my feedback, but also very impressed with how well composed you guys were and just how good at giving feedback and just being very respectful and well behaved in the comment section. And so they're willing to do a little Q&A session. So in order to know best what devs to bring on the show, Faye wanted to know what questions you guys might have for Project Ghost for the new MMO coming up. So hit me with them. So far, I've got what forms of player expression, transmog, emotes, etc. are their plans for. Smog system. Ooh, thank you for the resub. I actually don't know what to ask, right? It's like now we're finally here with the start of a new MMO, and there's so many possibilities. Will there be any classes that go completely in one direction of the triangle, or will every class have a side of DPS to go with it? Ooh. I feel like I can answer that question, but I'm not quite sure. That can go completely in one, because as far as I understand, like it's not going to be like WoW, where like some classes can be like, this class can be a tank or a DPS, or this class can be a healer or a DPS. It's like, no, this
Father, is the game made by a bunch of spirits? Is that why it's called Ghost? Ask them that on my behalf.
Yes. Will there be spirits? Is that why it's called Ghost? Half choke question. Wish I had watched the video, but I haven't had the time yet. If you have the time now, we could watch it together. We could do a little watch together stream, a react stream of my own video. So we're all on the same page. But yeah, Evelyn, I believe they don't plan to have hybrids or anything like that. I believe if there is a tank, it's a tank. If there's a DPS, it's a DPS. If it's a healer, it's a healer, right? Like, I don't think they plan to have specs for you to... Now, they will allow you to build, custom build, as far as I understand. That's their goal. But I don't believe they're going to let a tank be a DPS or a healer be a DPS, for example. Like, WoW. Will Ghost be pay to win, or will the player run economy with no invasive mess? Well, I think that question is kind of not loaded, but very obviously they're gonna say no. Like, but also I don't know if they have plans for a player run economy. Like, I think it'll just be like, what does that mean, player run economy? I guess, yeah, that's a better way to phrase the question, I think. What are the planned, or are there plans for a player run economy? Do they have any estimated timeline for the MMO? Ooh. Estimated timeline for the MMO. And before some random AI flags you for watching your own stuff without your permission, yeah. Pay to win is kind of dead as a concept, at least for MMOs. I disagree. I just think a lot of times when we talk about pay to win, people are talking about different things. Some people think pay to win, like some people see pay to win as like paying for conveniences, like extra inventory space, being able to use the market board anywhere, an extra retainer in Final Fantasy XIV could be argued to be pay to win. I am in that camp. Some people don't believe that is pay to win. Others believe pay to win just means reaching level cap, like paying level skips. Others believe pay to win only counts towards like buying gear to make yourself stronger. So it really comes down to what your definition of pay to win is. I have a very strict definition, like a very, not strict, but like a very like low tolerance definition for pay to win. Like even if it's just the teeniest little convenience, I'm like, I don't want that. Whether it's pay to win or not, I don't like pay for progression. I don't like pay for gear. I'm okay with pay for cosmetics, but only if there's already a massive amount of cosmetics already available. So I would disagree that pay to win is dead, because there's a lot of pay to win right now. Lost Ark was released recently. That game is super pay to win. Some could argue that Throne and Liberty is pay to win. Some could argue that New World is pay to win. Some could argue some aspects of Final Fantasy XIV is pay to win. And I would agree with that. I believe because the term, the definition is so volatile, that it's broad. And in that sense, because it's broad, it is very much alive. Yeah, why choose building? Here we go. Why choose building as a concept? As a game mechanic concept. Can we pet a dog? Can we pet a dog or other creature? How much is gameplay immersion prioritized, i.e. the priority of classes to feel like being that class? I believe class fantasy. I can answer that question right now. As far as I could tell from talking with them, class fantasy is going to be a very important thing to them. That's why, like, some people were confused, why call it a Dreamblade? Why not call it Fighter or Knight or Warrior or something agnostic like that? And that's one of the reasons why, is because they want their classes themed around the lore and the setting. And so because of that, they're focusing heavily on the fantasy of playing that class. You know, the style and feel of it. So playing the game will give you everything you need to buy anything that comes out. I've only ever bought the original game and have every war bond. Yeah, it'd be nice if more games could do that. I just know that it's not always financially viable for every game. My version of pay to win is all challenge is gone from on payment. Then obviously not. Here's my problem with that question is, let's say that's your definition for pay to win. You present that and it's like, are you going to allow me to pay to beat the bosses? Who is going to say yes? Like, are you going to allow me to pay to take the challenge out of the game? What developer is going to say yes? And that's my issue with that question, is that it's not a very nuanced question. It doesn't leave a lot to think about. Obviously, every developer is going to say no, because that saying yes would be terrible PR for your game. So I think a better question would be, what are some additional means of revenue that you may have planned for Ghost? Like, what is the monetization model going to be? Are there going to be additional means of revenue, like cosmetics or level skips? Please don't do level skips. Is pay to win possible in a single player game? Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's absolutely possible in any type of game. I believe pay to progress faster is a form of pay to win. And I really dislike pay to progress faster because there's, here, chart time. Let's do a chart. Chart time. Say hello to the flat fuck Lagiacrus. Pull out the crayon and paper. All right. So, you guys have seen in lots of MMOs, and just games in general, right? Pay money to make grind easier. This thing, this fast pass ticket, has been in many, many games. Sometimes it's in the form of a complete and total level skip. Sometimes it's in the form...
It's not a JoCat stream without the chart.
Sometimes it is in the form of increased drop rates. Sometimes it is in the form of increasing the speed at which you gain XP or currency. A notable single-player game with pay to win, or rather pay to progress, it would be Dead Space 3. And here's my problem with that, right? Here's my problem. There is no, I believe, there is no good reason to have this. No good reason. I believe there is no good argument for paid to speed up the grind. Because if you need it, then that means if you need to pay to progress faster for a worthwhile experience, you are either admitting that the actual gameplay experience is bad, or not, maybe not grind too slow. I feel as though if the game is not worth playing without paying to make that progress easier, you have failed. You have failed to make the progression in that game engaging. And if you don't need it, why is it there? If you are admitting that you don't need this pay to progress faster to have a worthwhile experience, then why is it in the game at all? Then it shouldn't be there. Oh, because then there's some parts of the game that are too grindy. Fix it. Make it a worthwhile experience. Which is not easy, admittedly, but I think some people have much more limited time than others, so pay to make grind easier can help them. Then perhaps they may need to play a different game. If they want that instant gratification, why does it need to cost them money? My question is, you bought a game and the game is too slow. That's the game's fault. Like, that is partly the game's fault, that's partly your fault. You should buy a game that gives you that instant gratification without having to pay them more money. Why do you, as the customer, need to pay them more money to have a more worthwhile experience? Yeah, if the game is fun, you don't have to worry about it being too long. If you're not enjoying the grind, that might not be the game for you. And if all of the game is at the end game, again, if you need it, if all the good parts of the game are at the end game, the game needs to fix that. I feel as though it is on the developers. It is the developer's responsibility to make that grind engaging and fun. And if they have done all that they can and you still don't like it, it may not be the game for you. I do not think this is ever the solution. It is a band-aid fix to a problem of either game bad or game not for you. If game not bad, then game might be not for you. Yeah, when I was talking to them, we had a little
Grinding
Q&A.
is never fun, unless it's on the dance floor.
I respectfully disagree, but I know some people, grind has become a dirty word, and it makes them think about some things, but sometimes grinding can be very therapeutic, very zen for some people. Not for others, and I understand that. I've been on two sides of that coin. I've been on both sides of that coin. where sometimes the grind is a nightmare, and sometimes I find the grind therapeutic. But of course, I believe if a majority of the players find the grind bad, it may be worth considering, like, okay, how is the grind designed? Yeah, that's why if the grind was bad, no one would play RuneScape. Some people love grind. Yeah, people have argued that Wilds does not have enough grind. Some people like playing the game for longer. Now, whether a game needs it or not is going to be case by case, and how much it needs. That's a more complicated issue. Luckily, that's not something for us to have to worry about. It is not on us, the consumer. That's on the developers to figure out. Did you know that while many other animal optimization systems exist, some of which do better job than ant optimization in some places, none seem to be able to match the efficiency and all-roundedness of ant colonies. Doubly so for pathfinding. Oh, interesting. Ants are very efficient. They're also very small. So that helps. There's a big difference between grind and tedium. I don't know. I think the difference is subjective. I think that big difference is subjectivity. What you find tedious, someone else might find therapeutic. I think that's important.
I've been mining fire shards for 5 hours. Can you buy some on the market for me, please? Crying face emoji.
Of course, Gabo. We'll use some of your allowance for next month. What would the developers do to prevent power creep in their game with DLCs and game progression? Ooh, good question. What are the potential...
I am also very small.
Potential ideas to combat power creep? Or is it not a concern? Moreover, any thoughts on horizontal progression? That's a very good question. Isn't power creep inherent on MMO since more gear? No. And my evidence is Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is the master horizontal progression that there's reason, even at max level, to go to previous areas to get certain pieces of gear that give you bonuses and things and like things to add to your kit that you can swap out and interchange with other pieces of armor and gear that they can't do. Like, for example, here's one of my favorite examples of horizontal progression. It's in Minecraft, which you would think, no, Minecraft is vertical progression, right? Because you go from stone to iron to diamond to netherite. But also, the thing about Minecraft is there are certain enchantments that are mutually exclusive. So there are some boots enchantments, I believe, of like water walking. I don't remember what it's called. But it basically makes ice under your boots whenever you're walking on water. But there's also another enchantment that is mutually exclusive. Like, you cannot mix both of them for swim speed. Yeah, Frostwalker. Yeah. And these enchantments are mutually exclusive. Depth Strider, yeah, that's the one. And this is what I mean by horizontal progression. These two serve different purposes, and one is not stronger than the other. They merely serve different purposes for different scenarios. And Guild Wars 2 does this a lot. I can't think of any examples right now because I haven't played Guild Wars 2 all that much, but I've seen, like, every now and then, like, examples of it. Yeah, Monster Hunter, different niches, different weapons, different armor skills. So I believe, although yes, power creep does inherently exist in some form, I don't think it has to be a problem with MMOs. Anyway, here, I'm gonna log off of Monster Hunter and spend the last like 20 or so minutes of the stream watching my, or last hour or so, watching my video with you guys, and then you guys can help me form some questions to send to Faye. So thank you everyone who played and hunted with me. It was very fun. I appreciate the assistance. And yeah, I hope to play with you guys again later. Oop. So. The problem with Minecraft's enchanting system is that some enchantments are objectively better than others. Yeah, there are some. But that was just one example that I was thinking of like what horizontal progression could be in MMOs. Thank you, Ryder. Non-gameplay question. What are the plans for story and lore? So I don't think they can answer that. I can tell they're very excited about the story and lore because I don't even have to ask them about it. And the devs just like bring like, oh, it has to do with the lore, but we can't tell you anything about that right now. So they have mentioned that they can't tell us anything about the story and lore. Not that I'm interested in that right now. Like I would prefer the game like work and function first before we worry about any of that stuff. But let's see, let me change the title. Stream title, watching video project ghost video, then grabbing Q&A. There we go. So here is my video, and I will be pausing throughout it to, whoops. There we go. I will be pausing throughout in case any of you guys have questions and stuff, either for me or to add to the list that I'm going to be sending to Faye, the community manager. But yeah, I'm very proud of this video. It's not the most polished one, but I managed to get it done in a reasonable amount of time, as opposed to the months that it normally would take me to make a video like this. Yeah. Are they going to make a base healer and base tank next, or more DPSs? Well, that's the question, right? Is they still have a range. What's on the docket now is a tank healer and range DPS, but they haven't picked which one they're going to do yet. I am pushing for tank, not just because I'm a tank main, but I believe that is going to help them figure out development further is when they figure out the aggro system. Because there's going to be an aggro system, the entire basis of the rest of the game is going to have to be designed around that. So I think they should prioritize doing that and figuring that out first. Give me a class with dots and I'm set. Oh, I would love a bard class based around dots. Like proper bard playing an instrument. And it just applies dots and you just sit there. Oh, lobby code is still up. Yeah, let me get rid of that. Thank you. Here we go. Guild Wars 1 is the most horizontal I've seen. Oh, yes, I love Guild Wars 1. Here's one thing. Here's what I would like. I don't know if this is the best way to go. And I'm definitely not going to push this idea onto them. But here's what I would like for Ghost to attempt. Because they've got limited skills, I would like for Ghost to attempt to try and do the MOBA thing. I feel as though MOBAs are so fun and they would make so much money. Well, they already have made a bunch of money, but they would hit it big if they were PvE. The most annoying thing about MOBAs is that they are PvP games, but the satisfaction that comes from wombo comboing your limited sets of skills and the build variety, and just the fact that like they are very quintessential role-playing game in their gameplay, because you have a few set of skills that very much your kit defines what role you play in the party, what you bring to the table as a team member, and you cannot fill every role, whatever it is that you pick. And no PvE game has successfully replicated that experience. And I believe there is an opportunity here for Ghost to do that, but I understand if that's not their goals with it. I just would like to see some game tackle that, you know? Imagine if you could do the wombo combos that you find in Dota, in League of Legends, but in a PvE RPG game. That'd be so cool. You just reminded me of a custom Warcraft 3 maps where you just play a hero and fight waves or something. Yeah. Anyway, here's the video. A lot of MMO players are looking for the next big thing, and it can be kind of scary whenever a new shiny MMO is announced, trying to innovate on the genre, trying to excite you, surprise you, blow you away, only for more news to drop that puts people on edge. Uncertainty rolls in, doubt, then it releases and becomes a massive disappointment.
Because of its lack of identity, I could see it releasing, being enjoyed for a few short weeks or months, and then ultimately fading into obscurity.
Some people call it a scam, false advertising, pay to win, doesn't respect your time, not what people were expecting or hoping for. Or its servers go offline. Or it never gets a release. And some people, some maniacs, look at all of that pressure, all those expectations, all that risk and time and money. Ooh, snowy saber-toothed leopard. That is a good question, and I believe a bit of a difficult question, but I'd be willing to ask it because it's very relevant right now. And I believe it is in the best interest of all gamers. Will there be a post-launch end-of-life plan for the game? I think that's very important to ask, especially this early on, so they can build the architecture or whatever tools for that early. Yeah, here. The game, no MMO lasts forever. Will there be end-of-life plans? End-of-life plans for the game, even if it is decades down the line. That's a scary question, and admittedly, I am very scared to ask that, especially now that I'm on good terms with, I believe, Fantastic Pistol Castle, it seems like anyway, and they seem to like me. But I believe that is a question that needs to be asked. Because I believe in the movement, and I believe it is within all consumers' best interest that there is end-of-life plans for all games. Even if it's going to be very uncomfortable for me to ask that question after I've just so recently gained, I believe anyway, these developers' trust. But I think hopefully they'll be more receptive to the question because of that. I hope they can look at my channel and see that I am not a drama channel. I don't do clickbait. I don't do rage bait. I don't make content shitting on any games. I try to present my feedback and criticism constructively, and I hope that they can take that into account because it is a very important movement to me. And I think it's a very important movement for all gamers. I'd be pleasantly surprised if they don't answer. We can't talk about that yet. I mean, that's the most likely answer that they're going to give is like, I don't know if we can talk about that. Money? Yeah, I'm definitely going to be non-accusatory. I'm probably going to bring up like classic WoW and private servers for dead games. And brick throwing, good God, the internet is a vicious place. They look at all of that and they go, yeah, I still want to make an MMO. Game developers are fucking insane. For quite a few months now, I have had the opportunity to playtest an upcoming new MMO with the work-in-progress title Project Ghost. It also gets more complicated as they are funded by NetEase. Yes, that is true. NetEase, if you don't know, NetEase is a Chinese company that is responsible for Marvel Rivals. Yeah. Even if they can't give an answer at the moment, just posing the question will open the door for them to think about it. Yes, even if they don't have an answer, just having them think about it could be good. They have a lot of money, a bunch of games, yeah. Let me see, what else are they responsible for? They have Marvel Rivals. Let's see, Marvel Rivals. I have not heard of any of these. Fragpunk. Oh, Once Human. There we go. Once Human. There's a game called Knives Out, not the movie. Okay. A few shitty mobile games. Eve Echoes. What is this?
What if the building was like in Minecraft sorta? In city areas you can buy land and put your shop, and house or slash and base, and hire NPCs, even player 2.
I would love that. I played this MMO, some of you guys may have played it, called Fiesta Online. And you know what I loved about Fiesta Online is at any point in town, you could set up a shop and go AFK and sell your items. And you got this cute little mushroom house. And I would love, if not just in town, like a dedicated shopping district. Where players could just sell. Like they don't need to go to an auction house or anything like that. Like that is quintessential MMO vibes for me. Seeing people selling things in town. Yeah, Ragnarok Online as well. Like, even if it's not anywhere in town, like a designated market area where people can go and set up shop and booths, that is such a cool social aspect of MMOs that I feel as though have been lost. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Like this screams MMO to me. I miss this. You could just set up a shop and like you had limited like slots to sell things. Some nice level 20 to 30 items. Mage rings. Scrolls tier 1, only 250 copper. I fucking love this. I want this in any MMO, even if not in Project. I want this shit. This shit's awesome. Cheap buff scrolls. Why do more MMOs not do this? This is awesome. Anyway, by Fantastic Pixel Castle, a team made up of game developer veterans from Blizzard, Riot, ArenaNet, Epic, Cryptic Studios, BioWare, and being headed by Greg Street, also known as Ghostcrawler. So, if you don't know who Ghostcrawler is, some of you may. You know, he's worked on a lot of projects that have reached a lot of people. Let me go to his LinkedIn. Greg Street. Linked. Also, slight bragging. He put my video on his LinkedIn. Look at that. This was not a paid collaboration, and he's honest about the things he'd like to see us change, which we appreciate. Look at this! Isn't this so cool? Anyway, there's a timeline on LinkedIn. You can see a timeline of where people have worked. And he was part of Ensemble Studios. So, Age of Empires 3. And just Age of Empires in general. Until 2008. 2008, he worked at Blizzard until 2013. And then from 2013 to 2023, he worked at Riot. Lead game designer, design director, head of creative department, vice president of intellectual property and entertainment. And then in 2023, he left Riot and the Riot MMO to make his own studio. So yeah, big deal, this guy. Such a big deal that I didn't even realize because I don't play WoW, or if you ever played World of Warcraft or League of Legends, and whenever I referred to him to my friends who do play WoW, they were like, "You talk to Ghostcrawler?" I was like, "Yeah, is he?" I looked him up. I'm like, "Oh my god." He's important. This is a very important man. For League of Legends, you know this guy's a big deal. How I was able to get this super cool opportunity is a bit of a long story.
I am 100 meters from your location and approaching rapidly. Start running.
But regardless, it means I got to play a bunch of the game and also try out their first official class, the Dreamblade, and have the opportunity to share my experience with you guys. Now, I do want to give a heads up. This video is not sponsored. I do not work for Fantastic Pixel Castle. No money has been exchanged. Literally all that happened was that Faye, the community manager, just messaged me saying, "Hey, we have a Q&A coming up. Want to make a video to co-release with it?" And really, when am I ever gonna get another chance to make a video about an MMO's first class? But before I get into the Dreamblade, let me give you a rundown as to what Project Ghost even is for anybody who doesn't know about it. Project Ghost, title pending, is a new MMO that is being very open and transparent about its development process, which doesn't typically happen this early into an MMO's dev cycle. And that means game ugly. Seems I've found a bug. Yeah, so because FPC are focusing primarily on getting the game's systems and functions working first, it means they're prioritizing that before worrying about how the game looks visually for now, which makes sense. A lot of things are placeholder Unreal assets, but just like with the Dreamblade, they will be implementing more and more original assets and art once things actually start coming together in the back end. And they do have some art of their own, but it's also still early, and we will see them develop over time. And honestly, in an age where graphics are such a massive priority, sometimes even at the detriment of gameplay, I respect this choice a lot. Even if it means that right now, the game looks like a bucket of chewed up action figures. Oh, that also means it's my duty to put this on the screen. Sure, the graphics will obviously change, but just remember that even the gameplay is not set in stone. Every aspect of Project Ghost is on the table to be changed throughout the course of development. Does that excuse it from any and all criticism I or anyone else may have towards it in its current state? Absolutely not. In fact, one of the reasons FPC wants to show the game off so early is so that they can get feedback on things early, rather than invest too much time and work developing something that players don't even like, only to learn that they hate it after all that time and work has been put into it. Catch it early, change direction early. All right, yeah, that's good. Wait, stop right there. Take a step back. Okay, cool. All right, now, I think you should take a few paces to the left. All right, yeah. Okay, keep going. Wait, no, FPC, no! Fantastic Pixel Castle's main goal with Ghost, as they claim on their official website, is to tap more into the social and community aspect of MMOs that some MMO players may feel have been a bit lacking in the modern day, which I also agree with. With how many quality of life conveniences that mean you can effectively play most MMOs solo, or at the very least without having to say a single word to another player, it does kind of make one question why it's an MMO in the first place, if it's not going to utilize the fact that there are thousands of other players in a space around you. Whether Ghost is able to achieve this or not, we'll have to see, but it does make me excited that that's what they're aiming for. I had a chance to play classic World of Warcraft during my subathon in April, and I really appreciated how no matter what class you picked, you had unique skills nobody else did, and vice versa, how others could do things that your class couldn't. Yeah, I didn't go into example with that, but I just love that mages could make food and water, how they could teleport you, warlocks could teleport, paladins had an invulnerability button, rogues could go invisible and sneak around and like stun things for like 10 seconds. Warriors were the only tanks, which it would be nice if paladins could also tank, but like still, it's just that uniqueness. nobody else did, and vice versa, how others could do things that your class couldn't. Same thing with Final Fantasy XI and EverQuest 1 and a few other MMOs I've been studying to help get me a better feel and idea as to the different ways MMOs are designed. Now, I'm not saying Ghost is going to be imitating classic WoW or Final Fantasy XI or EverQuest or whatever, nor do I think it should. Addendum, I think it should a little bit. There are some aspects of other games that I think it's okay to take from. And I'm going to bring that up in my feedback with them in future as well. It's like, okay, no, you're not trying to make the next WoW. But it's okay to steal from WoW. The reason people play WoW Classic specifically is because WoW Classic is good. And I say this as someone who has a fraction of the time in WoW Classic as I do in Final Fantasy XIV. Is like, there's a lot to like about WoW Classic. And same thing, take things from Final Fantasy, take all the best aspects. Definitely be your own unique thing, but it's okay to take things from, you know, what's popular, so long as they work, right? Like, don't make a clone, obviously. And I don't think they are making a clone, but like, I think the strongest aspect of WoW is the large interconnected world, which few, if any, games, there's very few, if any, MMOs that have managed to recreate that. Probably for good reason, probably because it's not easy. But if they can get that right, somehow, I think they've got gold on their hands. Just that one thing. Like, you don't have to do the WoW talent system or guild system or whatever else, or how they do raids or dungeons. Like, if they can make a wide open world to explore seamlessly, that's going to be amazing. But that all depends if that's their goal. Even if it's not, I think they should consider it. So I think that's missing from a lot of MMOs, is the feel of interconnectivity. It's trying to be its own thing, but knowing that they're focusing on having you rely on other players, each person filling a specific role, you know, like some kind of role-playing game, does make me a bit excited. And yes, this does mean that the holy trinity of tank, healer, DPS is going to be a main design staple for its classes. A main gimmick of Ghost will be what they're temporarily calling blue zones, or blue shards, which are essentially procedurally generated instance areas where a small party will go in, fight mobs, explore, complete optional objectives, get stronger in a sort of mini progression tied to the game mode that resets every run, gather resources, build structures that function as traps or buffs or whatever else, and at the very end kill a boss or complete some other main objective and move on to the next shard with an increase in difficulty, rinse and repeat. There will be more traditional open world MMO areas called red zones for now that will be added as development goes on, but all the playtesting I did was in these blue zones, so that's where my experience was. I'll talk about my thoughts on it at the end after the Dreamblade, so hold your horses and hush your puppies. Now that I've given you a grossly simplified rundown of Ghost, let's talk about their first class, the Dreamblade. The Dreamblade is Guy with Big Sword, a melee DPS. Being the first class means it'll serve as a sort of base foundation as to the general capabilities of your average player character. I mean, it makes sense. If you're going to build a bunch of classes with their own unique identity and niche, there's going to need to be one that's the point of reference. For Mario Kart, it's Mario. For Dota, it's Dragon Knight. And so, here he is, John Fighterman. In the build that I played, there was one basic attack, 6 special abilities, and its sort of ultimate ability you have to build up by fighting enemies. Some of the abilities have cooldowns, some of them cost mana, none of the Dreamblades seem to have both for now. First, you've got your basic attack, called Sleepless Strikes, which I'm sure most Union workers are extremely familiar with. Slight tangent, I gotta talk about the combat of the Dreamblade, and by extension Ghost, which is a pseudo-tab targeting system. That means that by default, your character will auto-target whatever nearby enemy you have your camera pointed at, highlighted in yellow, but you're not locked onto only hitting that one thing. So if you want to target something else, you can just move your camera around to look at it, then boom, you're now targeting that new thing without having to spam tab until it lands on the thing you want, or to try and click on the target. You can still press tab to basically lock onto the target you want if you prefer though, but I found myself liking the pseudo tab targeting system. It's a nice hybrid between traditional tab targeting and action combat. We'll just have to see how well it works as development continues though. Back to Sleepless Strikes. This is a basic attack, which means is, as of the time of writing, this will be in place of an auto attack system. You can luckily hold the button down, so no carpal tunnel syndrome to worry about. Each attack locks onto whatever it is you're targeting and moves you a little bit towards it. Finishing the combo also gets you back some mana that you can spend on Decimate, a big heavy hitting attack that deals a lot of damage. This will be your bread and butter and the main skill you'll be spamming. Glade Carver, I didn't mention this in the video because I didn't think it was relevant, but one feedback that I gave to the devs after the playtest was like, the mobs were so spongy. And you can probably see some of that in this as well. Like even the regular level 1 trash mobs were taking quite a long time to kill, which doesn't feel good when you're using all these flashy abilities and you deal like 20 damage when they have like 500 HP. And I let them know that like towards the end of the playtest, my eyes were glazed over. I was like running past enemies because I just didn't want to fight them anymore, because it just started to become a chore. But that's not relevant to this video because that's easy to tweak. That's just numbers. They can just tweak that for the playtest, but that has nothing to do with design, so I didn't think it relevant to mention in the video. Is a Spin to Win, a basic sweeping attack that lets you hit multiple targets, and using Decimate has a chance to reset its cooldown. Intimidate deals a large amount of damage by making the enemy question their life choices.
You know, I just feel like I've been wasting my time. Like I look at some of my friends from high school and they've got families and careers who are a famous person my age, and I'm wondering if I did something wrong that means I'm just not good enough.
It also gives you mana regen so that you can spam more Decimates. Rude Awakening is a line AoE that can hit multiple targets, and Reverie puts the enemy to sleep for a couple of seconds, but you can still hit them without waking them up, so despite its flavor description, it is a stun and not a sleep in the way MMO veterans would understand it. Lastly, Oathkeeper, your ultimate ability, which deals damage all around you and makes your Decimate always reset the cooldown of Glade Carver, as well as give you increased mana regen so you can Decimate even more. From what I could understand, the basic playstyle of the Dream Blade is opening with Glade Carver to set it on cooldown, spending your mana by spamming Decimate, then recovering that mana with your basic attacks and abilities so that you can spam more Decimate, throwing in the occasional Glade Carver whenever it's off cooldown or when Decimate resets it, and then when your ult is ready, turn into a human Beyblade. You've got a little crowd control with Reverie when things get dicey, but for the most part, you're through and through a damage dealer. Big shock, I know. Talking with some of the devs one-on-one, I learned that they are planning on having ways to build your character so that you can sort of tailor your playstyle. Like, if you want to play a Dream Blade that focuses on Decimate without having to worry about also having to use Glade Carver or your mana running out. Or now they mentioned that they're going to do this through gear, which is a lot more like Monster Hunter, and they have no plans for like a talent tree system, which on one hand is convenient. I understand that is convenient to have that modularity to freely swap out your build whenever you want. But with that, you lose a little bit of that interpersonal, like inherent character building, like the character progression of leveling up and spending points and having some permanence, right? Now, but with that comes inconvenience. So it really comes down to what they value more. I personally like having it tied to the character because it makes me feel more connected to my character as I've built it, and not that it's just something that I put on. But we'll have to see how it feels in the actual game. I can only base my thoughts on theory, because if it is gear based, that does open up more possibilities for horizontal progression, which I do like. So we'll have to see. Maybe they could find the best of both worlds, but it's hard to know right now. Alternatively, if you don't really like either ability and prefer to just mindlessly hit things with Sleepless Strikes as your main form of damage, or focus entirely on Glade Carver so that you can finally roleplay as the Tasmanian Devil. And this is good. I think many RPG players, not just MMO players, love building their character to be unique and specific to their playstyle. It's one of the biggest appeals of the genre, and I like that too. It adds variety, adds experimentation. Yet again, this is goes back to the MOBA comparison. Like, this is very MOBA-esque. People building their characters to fit certain skills in your kit. add replayability. Will there inevitably be a few objectively best builds mathematically? Absolutely, that's unavoidable. And I wish FPC D1100, that is the benefit of tying it to gear rather than stats, is like, if you're just gonna allow the player to respec, then you might as well just make it so easy to change that it might as well just be gear. Like, I understand that. That is a design solution. But every time you make something convenient, you lose novelty. Like, one example I can give is Final Fantasy XIV. You do not have to travel to the dungeon. You can queue up to it anywhere, even on the other side of the world, geographically. That is convenient. But then there's less reason to travel the open world to explore. Same thing with flying. Flying is more convenient, but it means that you are not engaging with the level that has been designed. You are not engaging with the terrain. You're not engaging with the layout. But it is more convenient. And that is my fear with a lot of conveniences being added to certain games. Even Monster Hunter. The convenience of the Sacred means you do not need to learn routes. It means the convenience of having the monster always show up on the map means that you lose out on exploring the map to try and find it. And the convenience of being able to restock items whenever you want means that you don't have to consider what items you bring before the hunt anymore. And there's less planning that's needed on your part. And that takes away something. Now, is it better? Is it worse? I don't know. It's subjective. Some people much prefer the convenience over the novelty, and I don't think that's wrong. But I believe there is a market that is not being catered to now that so many games have been adding these conveniences, is at some point, those inconveniences, or as devs call them, friction, that's what Faye calls them, at some point, that friction is a part of the experience, and you're kind of taking that experience away. Like, at some point, that friction is just how the game is. That's just part of the game. Overcoming that friction, overcoming those challenges is a part of the game. Now, where that line is, I don't know. It differs from game to game, right? But remember when Dark Souls 2 came out and everyone was, or not everyone, but a lot of people were criticizing the ability to teleport to any bonfire from the start? That is another example that it is more convenient, but you lose something. You lose a bit of that experience. And that is the difficult balance when it comes to designing any game, not let alone an MMO. I actually like the 14 approach, make it manual the first time, unblocking dungeons, not flying while you do MSQ, and then convenience for repeat. Yeah. And I don't like that. That's my point, is I'm not saying you're wrong, but you see how now we both are looking for two different experiences? Some people, like you, are going to like that, but some people like me feel as though that takes away from the experience. It means that I don't have to, and I engage with the world once, and I like engaging with the world. Does everybody? No. Not everybody likes engaging with the open world, and they see it as an obstacle and an annoyance. I would ask, then why are you playing an open world game and not just playing a linear level designed game? But there are some people who just like having the open world option, and that's understandable. Some people like to play MMOs alone because they like to feel like they're a part of a larger community, even if they don't partake in it. So, but that's my main point, is it's not always better to add the convenience. Sometimes the inconvenience is the game, like the grind. Like, if reaching max level is gonna take no time at all, why is there even leveling, right? So if you are gonna make leveling, make it a significant and important, engaging part of the game. I'm a new gen of MMO player, to be honest. There's a lot of things in 14 that don't click for me yet, so maybe we are different gens of MMO. Yeah, for sure. Even if we're different generations, I feel as though even if we were the same generation, there are just different types of gamers. Different gamers look for different things, and that's normal. It's nothing really to argue about. Not that we were arguing, of course, but like, yeah, like you're not wrong. I am going to have things that I want from an MMO that I am, for better or for worse, going to ask them to try and include. Because I feel as though there is a massive hole in the market that is not being fulfilled. Best of luck in mitigating that. But also, I think having the choice and freedom to do something stupid and silly will always be far more appreciated than limiting options for the sake of balance. God, I was in college when Destiny 2 came out. And boy, oh boy, it was the most... the most boring PvP experience. Good lord. You used like 1 grenade per round. 2 if it went on long. It was balanced, but your game, the game was, yeah. It was kind of just a run-of-the-mill shooting game at that point. I'm gonna wait until ads are done before we continue. One big fear I have with PvE games is when they add PvP and it affects PvE. Oh yeah. They don't have any plans for PvP as far as I understand. And I hope they keep it that way. Not that they don't add PvP ever, but that they continue to not have plans for it until they know that the game is good. Like, only once the game is nice and stable and good would I be comfortable in them considering PvP. And only if they make it essentially a separate game. Or, at the very least, they do not use PvP as a factor to how they design the game. If PvP is broken, so be it. Let it be broken. If it means that they don't have to rebalance things to work for PvP, yeah. Let it be broken. I love Destiny 1 campaign. You are in the minority there. Downloaded Destiny 2 expecting to also have a single player experience and I was very disappointed. You are in a vast minority. I'm not saying the Red War was good, but it is way more of a campaign than Destiny 1's campaign ever was. Need I remind you, I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. The ending, you must have many questions. And I wish I could answer them. But here, have this gun. I'm gonna walk away. The end. That campaign? I mean, you can like that. But, boy oh boy. Destiny 1 with all its lore outside the game, yeah. PvP is essential, in my opinion. People like to flex their accomplishments, and there's no better way to do it than to stomp on other people to establish dominance. Disagree. I respectfully disagree. I just didn't even understand how to get the story bits on Destiny 2 by playing the game? Yeah, I disagree with needing PvP to be able to flex. Because in Final Fantasy, one of the biggest flexes is having an ultimate weapon. An ultimate weapon, and that is not PvP. You see someone with an ultimate weapon, you know what they went through to get it. You think that player is so cool. You see somebody with the lone lone hero title, you think, oh my god, that person soloed Palace of the Dead, a PvE content. That person's amazing. Yeah, I don't think you need PvP to flex. Personally. More evidence, Monster Hunter. You see someone wearing a full set of Fatalis gear? Is that not a flex? You can solo Palace of the Dead? Oh yeah, Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High. If you solo it, you get a special title. Palace of the Dead is Necromancer, Heaven on High is Lone Hero. Anyway, ads are over. Back to the video. One of my favorite gaming videos to watch is Can You Beat X with Y Stupid Playstyle Restriction? FPC set out to make their first class a baseline, with a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I do think there's a little room for improvement here. Since the Dreamblade is kind of your typical warrior class with a few utilities here and there, I think it'd be worth considering some form of minor self-sustain, like a second wind type ability. It doesn't have to be a lot, you should absolutely be reliant on healers to heal you any significant amount. Having one that's just sort of a template may be good not only in making it a sort of entry point DPS for players dipping their toes into the role before trying the more risky glass cannon types, but also as a reference point for said other classes that will have more or fewer means of sustain. But even if they don't, I do believe this is a very nice baseline, and they succeeded in what they set out to do. That being said, one of my best games in WoW is when our guild had a feud with another guild and the world became that much more dangerous. Oh yeah, I'm not saying there isn't value in PvP. I just feel as though PvP brings along its own design problems that makes me scared for the PvE part of the game, which is where my focus as an MMO player is, not PvP. That's why I don't play things like PvP WoW or what is it? Ashes of Creation. Like, PvP just doesn't appeal to me. But I do see the appeal in it. I understand it. One of the games that I almost would have fallen down the rabbit hole of was DayZ when that first came out, because that just emergent gameplay that no PvE experience can give you, of running into another human being and it's just you and your skills and seeing and the social interaction, that is something that I will give PvP, that no amount of PvE will be able to replicate that organic human-to-human experience. That said, I don't want this game to be that. I don't believe it is essential, but I do believe it has value. I do agree it brings value, and it's very interesting. But I think they should focus on PvE here. Because what was that game that recently came out that was originally supposed to be PvP, and then everyone was excited, and then they heard it was PvP, and they're like, actually, I don't want to play that game anymore. And unfortunately, that's the crux of the issue, is like, yes, even if you like PvP, you have to admit, PvP needs players. New World? Yes, New World. New World was originally going to be open PvP, but they realized nobody wanted to play that. And so the sad part is, in order for PvP to exist, there needs to be There needs to be players for player versus player. So, yeah, all this to say, I don't think it's essential for MMOs, but I do see its value, and I do understand why it appeals to people. At least as far as this point of development. Let's put a pin in that, though, and we'll get back to it later. The Dreamblade is straightforward, simple to understand, has a very clear intended rotation that I could see being built on with additional skills that can synergize or augment your kit, and I very much look forward to both its continued development as well as that of the other classes as they come. As far as the blue zones go, I have a lot of thoughts, so you might want to get cozy for this. Here's a heated blanket and some tacos. I'm gonna yap for a bit. I like the concept of blue zones, and I see a ton of potential in them, and a ton of concerns as well. First, the good. I love the idea of procedurally generated content for an MMO. One of the biggest gripes I have with a lot of dungeon-style content in Final Fantasy XIV, and World of Warcraft, and Guild Wars 2, and Destiny, which are called strikes and not dungeons. Dungeons are a different thing. But Zaniel, in Devil's Advocate, some people, like I was a big Call of Duty player, and I love Halo. It's not inherently about dominating other people. It's more so feeling like, for some people, it is about domination. You know, some people are just sadists. But for others, it might just be the satisfaction and the feeling of mastering a skill. I like the occasional PvP, but it's not because I want to make other people miserable. I just want to feel as though I have mastered a skill and I'm able to compete and defeat another person in a competition of that skill. Yeah, like fighting games. I don't believe the majority of fighting game players want to make others miserable. They just want to master a skill. There's a different form of satisfaction that comes from knowing that you could beat another human being, that I have trained and I have managed to outskill this person. Good for me. But even now there are some people that use it to be toxic, but you know, we don't play with those people. Kind of suffer from this is that after you've played them once, you're kind of done. That's it. That's the dungeon, or in Destiny's case, the strike, but you know what I mean. And what does that mean for anyone replaying them? That it's the same thing every time, which is not inherently an issue. Sometimes you want to replay things that are familiar. But if you know player psychology, you know that players will optimize the fun out of your... That's fair, but that's not what many PvP players do, especially like in WoW. I refuse to play a PvP server because too many people want to make my my play life bad, ganking till I log off and stuff. I would say you need to play more PvP games, especially fighting games. The fighting game community is one of the most encouraging, nicest, friendly communities ever. Like, they will batter you down, beat you into the dirt, and then extend a hand to pick you up so that you can try again. The fighting game community wants to see you grow. They want to see you become powerful and kick their ass. And then they're going to say, come at me, bro. My brain can't react that fast. That's fair, yeah. But I would say not... I would argue, of course, this is anecdotal evidence against anecdotal evidence. I don't have actual facts for this or data, but I don't believe most players are trying to make your life miserable. They just like playing PvP for the reasons they like to play PvP. And yeah, it does suck to get ganked, but they want to win. You know, they're not going to pull their punches. Now, if they fight dishonorably, whatever that means in your game, then sure, yeah, like that sucks. Like in Dark Souls, for example, in Dark Souls, drinking your Estus would be dishonorable. Now, when it's an invasion, anything goes. Invasion, it's like, don't pull your punches, but like that's out of, there are no rules. They didn't ask to be invaded. Then like caution to the wind. But when it comes to like honorable duels and PvP, yeah, like it all comes down to the social, like expectations of what PvP is. Ganking, unfortunately, in WoW is normal and expected. So I wouldn't say that that's dishonorable. I would say staying at the level bracket so that you can gank low-level players is dishonorable. But of course, like, that's kind of what you sign up for. Like, that's what it's... As long as you understand that that's what it is. Like, where does it fall on other players just playing how the game is designed? And where does it fall on yourself of like, okay, if I don't want this, maybe I should not play this game mode. What is Project Ghost? Project Ghost is a new MMO. This is my video about it. I'm gonna link it in the chat in case you wanted to want to watch it from the very beginning. Yeah, I would say there's an argument to be made that if you don't like PvP, you shouldn't play on PvP servers. I don't? Yeah, well, then there you go. Yeah, I don't think we should accuse people of, like, unless we can read their mind, I don't think we should jump to those conclusions that they want to make us miserable, or if that's just how they have fun playing the game. Anyway. Game. But maybe that's the naive optimist in me that likes to think better of people than to assume that everyone's just a nasty asshole. Maybe I'm naive in that. I don't know. Playing the same dungeons over and over, they will just plow through it as fast as possible when they already know where they need to go and what they need to do. Hell, Final Fantasy XIV straight up just makes their dungeons linear hallways because they know players won't bother to explore other avenues because they just want to get to the end as fast as possible, so they can just get their reward. So much so that they even went back to old dungeons and removed their gimmicks and alternate routes altogether to fall more in line with the newer linear hallway design. And that's fine, that works for that game. There is value in having content that you can just sort of turn your brain off and go through the motions like a routine. Thankfully, according to FPC, they do plan to have traditional handmade dungeons in addition to Blue Zone, so that's likely not going to be an issue. Yes, they changed it, as well as several other dungeons as well. And I understand why as well. Like, I'm sad by it, but it makes sense. That was the only logical conclusion, because who gets 1,000 mods and goes, oh hell yeah, photo cells, right? So if they don't like it, and 14 is also a very casual MMO. Yeah. Like, I say it works for 14 because 14 is a very casual, very simple, like, streamlined MMO experience. And if you want something crunchier, then you don't play 14, which is why I haven't been playing 14 a lot, because, like, I am looking for something crunchier. But when I'm not, when I'm tired of the crunch and I'm tired of the grind and I want something simple and basic that's just going to throw me into a dungeon and give me an MMO experience, like, generally, then I play 14. Like, you have to acknowledge what the game is trying to do and what it provides, rather than just be like, this game's not like this other game. Issue. Now, that's not to say that you can't criticize it. It is a little sad, and I am a little sad, and there are directions that I would like 14 to go. But unfortunately, now that it is here, there are people who are going to like it the way that it is. That's the unfortunate reality of game dev, is who do you say? You can't please everybody. And whenever you make a change, you open up Pandora's box. Even if, like, here, let me pull out a chart. Chart time. Let's say you have a store. You have a store, you have a stand that sells apples. That's the only thing you sell. You sell apples, and you're really good at selling apples. And you always have a wide selection of apples to buy. Green apples, red apples, yellow apples. But then one day, you think, I kind of want to extend to sell, pull in some of that orange market. So you change some of your stock to sell oranges instead. And as a result, there's fewer apples. And someone's like, wait, what the heck? I came here to buy apples. I didn't come here to buy oranges. Like, someone's like, what? I came here to buy apples. I don't want oranges here. And now there's fewer oranges for me. Because you can't make this change without also affecting the other thing in the MMO, right? Like when you redesign systems like 14 has. There were 8 apples here before. Now there's only 4. I liked it when there were more apples so I could buy more apples. But then now, you have someone comes in and they like the oranges. They like the new oranges that you've brought in. So now you've opened up Pandora's box do you now get rid of the oranges and by extension those new customers that came in because of those oranges, right? Because it's like, oh man, I like the specific way that this shop did oranges compared to the other one. It doesn't do it like all the other oranges. Yeah, or you complain, why don't you sell grapefruits? Well, we just don't. That's not what we sell here. So, what do you do now? You have now attracted this new audience that likes oranges, but the old audience doesn't like the oranges. What do? Do you just go back and remove the oranges and potentially lose that new audience? Or do you bring in the oranges and potentially risk losing the old audience? I don't think there's a right answer to this. Some people will be like, wow, the new audience doesn't deserve these oranges. They weren't here from the beginning. And I don't think that's entirely... I don't think you should word it like that. Like, I wouldn't agree with that wording. But I do think that there is an argument to be made that it's like the people who initially liked the Apple Store liked it because it had apples only. And when you change it from an Apple Store, well, you change it from what it used to be and what they liked about it. I liked the store because it only had apples, and I didn't have to worry about it selling oranges and potentially messing with their Apple stock. And that is also a valid complaint. That is a valid concern. So, yeah. They would go with what yields the most? Maybe, but some developers have integrity and artistic vision that it's like, okay, some developers are like, I know oranges would bring us more customers, but my vision for this store is an Apple store because I don't want to sell oranges. I don't want this store to be an orange store. I want this store to be an Apple store. And I think that's valid too. It's complicated. Anyway, back to the video.
Both is good.
Even so, my concerns about optimizing the fun out of the game and just plowing through this content without a second thought is something that I feel like most MMOs don't take into consideration. You know what doesn't have this issue? Roguelikes. People constantly play those over and over again, even after seeing every single possible enemy and item and modifier, because it's random every time, which means it's fresh every time. And that makes me excited for Blue Zones. It means that if they play their cards right, there won't be an optimal route. And the way it's designed with its run-based mini progression system, resources and secrets to find, special events and enemy encounters, that there's reasons to do things besides just book it to the boss immediately. The closest comparison I can think of right now is Risk of Rain 2, which is super fun. Of course, this is an MMORPG, so there are different design goals in mind. I don't expect them to go full roguelike to the same extent as Risk of Rain or Binding of Isaac or Slay the Spire, but drawing some inspiration from those games I think would do good to keep things fresh for the player, and also to soften some of the workload on the developers so that whatever content they make for Blue Zones doesn't just lose its flavor after the first time you complete it. Procedural generation and a little bit of random variation is a good way to make content shelf life last a little bit longer, or a lot longer, depending on how much you put in. Over the course of the playtests, I've already seen them start to implement more variations and modifiers and factors that can change run to run, and I want to say, hell yeah, do more of that. Ryder, it does seem as though abilities were on some form of global cooldown with an additional cooldown timer per ability. So in the gameplay, you'll notice when I'm doing my auto attacks that all the abilities tick. So there is some kind of global cooldown. I don't know if that'll stay that way, but we'll see. More things that can make each run different and unique. On the flip side, I'm a bit conflicted about the gathering and building system in the Blue Zones. One of the main rewards for beating mobs and gathering resources in Blue Zones, as it is now, is that you get some materials exclusive to Blue Zones, which means that once you're done with a run, they're gone. And these materials are used to build various different structures, like a totem that heals your health or mana over time when you stand near it. No worries. I assume you were asking just how it works now, which is a good question. or a campsite that you can respawn at if you die, a staircase that can help you reach what would normally be inaccessible. On one hand, it is very unique and interesting, something we don't see and does set Ghost apart from other MMOs. On the other hand, I could see a lot of potential problems that I do hope FPC really take the time to consider, because I believe those problems could make or break Blue Zones. Is the point about optimization to death concerning the need for players to progress, or just the eventual endpoint of a game? I think it is the eventual endpoint of a game. When you play a game so long, so frequently, you are just going to play it quickly. But having systems to mitigate that, I think, are good. Because even roguelikes suffer from that people are just going to be super fast, but because of their random nature, you do have to adjust on the fly, and there's no one tried and true method to play them. So, like, suddenly a run could take a horrible left turn, and then you have to completely adjust, and you can't just go through the motions. So, eventually you are going to find, like, every possibility and learn. That's how people like Frost Prime get really good at Slay the Spire, is they know how to adjust, even with the random factors and inability to see the future. But even then, if you watch his Slay the Spire streams, even though he is like a master at the game, sometimes he takes several minutes to just think about things. And I think that's great. The main thing is, how important will building be to Blue Zones? If it's very important, are you content with it being a feature that is exclusive to Blue Zones? If you are, I worry that it then cannot interact or synergize too much with player mechanics, out of the potential problem that players will then become very accustomed to those structures, maybe even over-reliant, and without their usual tools when they're not in Blue Zones, they're going to feel that absence. This wouldn't be a problem if Blue Zones were the whole game and the player will always be building structures in every kind of content in the game, but as far as I understand it, FPC's plan for this is to be a core pillar about a third of the player's time in Ghost. There's still quite a lot of game that will not be using this building mechanic, as far as I understand anyway, in which case I wonder if this part of the game should be this important, or if it should be more like this. A small piece of side content, a special game mode, because this, well, that's quite a lot of time and mechanical learning that's just going to be thrown away and irrelevant for the other 2/3 of the game, where building is not going to be a core function. With that much time building, players are going to feel like they're playing two completely different games when that building mechanic is gone. And if it's not very important, are you content with players completely ignoring the feature? If you are, I worry the feature may need a rework, either by reconsidering what structures everyone can build. Yeah, this is the big concern of, like, similar to the whole pay to progress thing of, like, if it can be ignored, why is it there? Right? And sure, it's fine to have systems that are fun little things to be a part of the game, but if it's gameplay centric like this, like mechanically, I feel like more consideration should be taken into implementing it. If it's like things that are unrelated, like emotes or gestures or fashion and stuff like that, like, yeah, that's fun. But when it is a gameplay thing, I think you really need to think about its design. Or just making those structures abilities some classes have. A big concern I had with Blue Zones was that every time I was building structures, I kept thinking two things. Firstly, man, this menu is clunky. Secondly, and more importantly, this has nothing to do with me being a tank or a healer or a DPS, which again, feels like it's two separate games that don't interact with each other. I get it, maybe you don't want to restrict what the player can build, but then I feel as though that conflicts with the idea of having to rely on each other to do things that other classes can't. By having everyone be able to build a thorn trap, everyone has a crowd control. Everyone being able to build a health regen totem means that everyone has a heal, and that takes a bit away from that roleplay idea they're shooting for. I just want to say the irony is not lost on me that I literally suggested giving the Dream Blade a self-heal, but I think it's fine there because it doesn't have to be something that every DPS can do. In this case though, everyone can build. There was really no reason for any one person to be more of a builder than the other, and during my playtest, my group just let one person grab all the resources and lay all the buildings. Specifically me, because I cannot keep my grubby hands off the loot, which sure, is fine, but I felt as though the building and the RPG were two completely different games that didn't really interact with each other. When you're building, your class, your skills, your gear, none of that mattered. I want to do my best not to armchair developer, but at the very least I do want to suggest two potential solutions. One, de-emphasize building. Turn the structures into abilities or consumable items. I believe the foundations of what the blue zones are is strong enough to be built upon so that they don't really need a gimmick like building structures in order to spice things up. Oh man, I would love for an MMO, be it Ghost or something else. No MMO has achieved the fantasy or the experience of going out on an adventure with your friends and needing to set up camp to rest and recover and, you know, pick up resources back at town. I would love for a game to do what Dragon's Dogma does, or rather an MMO, where you have camping kits, a limited supply of items and medicine and food that you have to go out into the wild unknown and need to rest up and set up camp. And then when you run out of supplies, have to go back to town. Why has no MMO done this? Maybe there is an MMO out there that I don't know of that does this, but why is that not more that's so cool to me. I would love that. Imagine the role playing you could do. Someone could be the designated cook. Someone could set up defenses, like traps around you and stuff. Like, that is where I could see the value in building. Like, that could be neat. Neverwinter Nights actually did a bit of building camps, but it's monetized. Oh man. It breaks the central gameplay loop central to an MMO. Yeah, maybe better that it's not an MMO, but more so like an online multiplayer game like Guild Wars 1, where like the MMO part, like a pseudo MMO where you see all the people in the town, but as soon as you leave the town, it's instance, like, or like shared world like Destiny, where you matchmake into a lobby with a few other players. Maybe it's too slow / methodical of a gameplay for the average MMO. For the average MMO player, maybe. I don't know. MMOs are generally pretty slow. I don't know. MMOs are in this weird middle ground of being slow to progress, but also fast. I don't know. I would like a game to attempt that, though. Survival mechanics in an MMO might be risky. Like, why would you need to camp then, but not every other time? Simple. Tie it to your combat abilities. Monster Hunter does this. The longer you go without setting up camp, the less health, mana, stamina you have. Easy. Maybe your cooldowns take longer. Limit the player's abilities to interact with the main gameplay loop of the game when their character is exhausted. You don't need a thirst meter. You don't need a hunger meter. Your health will be your hunger meter. And some of you might hear that and be like, that is asinine. That sounds like a nightmare. But I don't know. I would like to try it. I understand that most games don't because it's super risky. I feel like it dives into Ark / other survival games territory. Yeah, but you could just, like I said, it doesn't have to be like full crafting. It could just be buying items at town. Like Dragon's Dogma 2 does that. Dragon's Dogma is so close to greatness. I feel like they have the foundations for that. but it's just a few little design quirks that keeps it from making that great. I remember there being a pseudo-camping mechanic in Mabinogi. Not as fully featured as what you're describing, but something vaguely reminiscent, yeah. The disconnect between people that do understand that distinction and those who don't. Yeah. Probably. I don't know. I don't think you need to make an entirely different like system for it. I think there is room somewhere for it to interact organically with the main gameplay loop without having to make like a hunger bar. Just tie it to the mechanics that already exist. But of course, I am not a game developer. I've never shipped a game. I've never programmed a game. So there might be a very good reason. It's like the evidence is in the reality. Like if that game could work, we would probably see it by now. But I don't know if I believe that, because I don't believe enough games have tried it. Anyway, a variety of enemies, mini bosses, environments. Is it too late to get a heated blanket and tacos? No, here, let me get you some tacos. One sec. Here you go, chat. Have a taco. Have 2 tacos. Have a heated blanket. They're nice and toasty. The heated blanket is taking up a lot of space. I'm gonna get rid of it. But here, you can have some tacos. Hazards, events, that's going to be what makes Blue Zones shine and will work in synergy with the skills and abilities and systems at the player's disposal already. I'm sure no small number of people are going to negatively compare this building feature to Fortnite. I can attest, there is a very good reason people kind of don't like this. This is my fear with the building system. Not this specifically, but if the building becomes too important, it becomes a building game. And not an action MMO game, not an RPG game. If building becomes too important, the game becomes about building. And I don't want building. I don't want building. If that is the end point of building, I don't know if I want building to be a thing. It needs to be a secondary thing. So you can't make it that important. And if it's secondary, I think it needs a rework. That said, though, I know that FPC have spent a lot of time developing this system and that some of the team are going to still be pretty attached to the idea, which is why I don't think it's entirely a lost cause. So solution 2 is consider how your class may affect what you can build. Maybe the Dreamblade can build a war banner that buffs nearby allies' attacks. The healer class could be the only one who can build a healing totem. The tank could be the only one who could build a pile of thorns to slow enemies that start to aggro onto the mage, who doesn't know restraint and decided to go balls to the wall. And it could go beyond just role as well. Each individual class could have their own unique structure. Though I do understand that that is quite the design and development undertaking when you plan to have so many classes available. I still personally believe that you might as well cut out the middleman and just make them abilities or consumable items at that point, but I know there are going to be people on the team who want to keep building as a core feature. So this could go a long way in making it actually interact with the RPG part of the game, and not just feel like a tacked on feature for the sake of standing out. I will say though that the building system does make me excited for any potential application for a player housing system or community made content, but that's getting way ahead of myself. I also had a whole tangent written about applying this class unique building system to other non-Blue Zone parts of the game, and then the idea of bringing in limited resources a la Monster Hunter into Blue Zones for a head start on resources came up, but then it just started to spiral out of control and went way too far into directing the game, and I don't want to do that here. But if anyone in FPC are open to hearing the idea, even just to keep it on the shelf forever, Faye has my number. I'm happy to chat about it. Don't get me wrong, Blue Zones being this important I think is fine, good even, but building, it's gonna need some work. With all of that out of the way, I wanted to give my final overall. Yeah, Jax Morrow, you are correct that it might just make the gameplay loop tedious, but I kind of want that. I want a little bit of tedium in my MMO. I want a little bit of chore. I want a little bit of grind. I want a little bit of friction so that when I overcome it, I feel all the more satisfied. And with that friction, whenever you get an upgrade or a skill or an item to make that convenience go away, it makes it significant. What is a feature in 14 that is completely pointless outside of a few minor scenarios? Potions. Potions are completely superfluous in Final Fantasy because you are not inconvenienced when it comes to healing. As long as you have a healer, you're good. As long as you can manage your mana, you're good. You don't need to touch potions to the point where they might as well not even be in the game. But a little bit of friction like that, it's why I'm fascinated by Death Stranding. Because Death Stranding is a game all about inconveniencing the player. People, when it launched, like, pretentious and hack as Kojima can be, I believe he made something very fascinating and cool with Death Stranding, and that is making a game that purposefully inconveniences you so that when you reach the convenience, it is a relief. It is a feeling that cannot be accomplished by a game that is convenient. So, will it make it more tedious and annoying? Yes. But I think there's value in that. I think there is an experience to be found in that that cannot be found by being afraid of annoying the player, which is hard. How do you stay content with purposefully annoying the player? It's hard. It's hard, and I find myself troubled by that whenever I design my D&D campaigns. But if you make that the point of the game, the people who like that will find it. And I feel as though there's a niche in the market to be catered to in that. I feel like there is a market of people that are looking for that. Whether or not Ghost does this, I don't know. I'm not trying to say that Ghost should or shouldn't do that. But I would like a game to do that. Thoughts on Project Ghost on a larger scale as a whole, in that, to be quite honest, it's very bare bones, like really, really bare bones. The playtest was at an accelerated rate according to the devs I spoke to, so we were progressing at a much faster rate than what we should be expecting from the full game. But even so, because of a lot of the systems aren't in place yet, it just kind of felt like I was playing co-op-game.exe. About 2 hours into each playtest was when I felt like I saw everything this version of the game had to show, which brings me to the pin. I don't know what feedback I can give, or if any of my feedback is even useful. The big question is that niche in an already niche market viable enough for to go for that risk? That's a very good question, and why, like, I say the proof is in the reality that we don't see that, is that it's probably not financially feasible. I am speaking from a place of privilege and in a vacuum that does not take into account the fact that these games need to sell so that the studios don't go under, right? Like, what I want does not take into account the business side of things, which is probably why that doesn't exist. Because that would be a fun experience that caters to me specifically, but would that sell? I don't know. Probably not. Which is why it's a tough balance, right? I'm only talking about it purely on an artistic game design experience standpoint. But bringing up the business side of things is valid. I want to be clear. Like, that is a valid and important thing to think about. I just have a dream game that I wish existed, and I'm sad that it doesn't. Games don't need to cater to you specifically. They need to cater to me. Yeah, exactly. That's up to their publishers taking the risk, not the devs. Yeah. And that's not that's the thing is, right, is like, we don't need to be concerning ourselves with that. That's for the devs to figure out. All we can do is say what we want. And it's for the devs to decide if they want to listen to us or not. Like, all we can say is, I like this, I don't like this. it's it's on the devs if they see that as valuable, or if they think that that's a good enough change that is going to help their business grow. Do we think Faye sat the entire studio down in a call and made them watch this? She did send it to everyone. There's an unlisted version of this video that I sent over just to see if I needed to correct anything. Not change any of my feedback, of course, but I like to do test uploads to see if there were any mistakes. And it's unlisted, and let me see how many views it has. It has 38 views now. 38 views. That's all developers. So that is purely FPC devs, FPC staff. So I'm pretty happy about that. There's not a lot of game to give feedback on. And I don't mean content, I just mean functions and systems. I appreciate how FPC are being very open to receiving. Yeah, everybody say nice things to Faye. If she's not here, I'm gonna send her a screenshot. Say nice things about Faye. Say thank you, Faye, for giving me this opportunity. Also, she's cool and pretty. Say nice things about Faye. I want to send her a screenshot. It depends on if the changes add or detract from the game's overall concept strength. Yeah, which is also going to be subjective. Oh, no, I want a screenshot. Boop. There we go. Thank you, guys. Here, let me... Oh, why is it not... Hold on, I'll look at this one. There we go. I don't know who Faye is. Faye is the community manager that gave me the opportunity to cover this game. Invited me to the playtest and let me make a video about it. Feedback this early in development, and I think that's the right way to go. And they should absolutely keep listening as they continue to flesh out Project Ghost. But as it is now, I just kind of feel like I'm watching an artist paint a couple of lines on a canvas and asking, what do you think? What is there to say? I think I'd like to see more of the painting first, please. Regardless, I do hope my thoughts and feedback were of some help in some way. I know everyone at FPC is extremely passionate and excited to show off more of this game. Hell, I've even seen some of it myself, and it does look exciting, especially the lore and story stuff they have cooking up. Like this one, they showed me this about the... For any of that to matter, I think primarily the people in charge of the gameplay at FPC have to nail that gameplay and systems first and foremost. Like I said at the very beginning, when a new MMO is announced, a ton of pressure is on. I do not envy the team at FPC. All the directions Ghost is going to be pulled in by every MMO player wanting it to be what they want it to be, me included. This is this is going to happen. This is game dev. This is the nature of game dev. And most commercial art creation as well. Yeah. There's another horse pulling you with a huge rope pulling you in the direction, and that horse is called your publisher. So, yeah. Not to mention the difficult balance of any piece of commercial art. When to apply the changes your customer base is requesting versus when to stick to... Yup, and we were talking about this earlier too. Give players what they're asking for versus deny players' request, stick to the vision. What do? Right? Some would call this accepting criticism and listening to criticism and feedback. Some would call this sticking to your guns, sticking to your artistic vision. Some would call this giving up and giving in to the mob. Some would call this being stubborn and not listening to criticism. I think we could all do better and just keep this in mind and be a little bit sympathetic to game devs whenever we present our feedback and understanding. and not shit fling. I think we could do that. I think it's very easy. I've been doing it for years. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to give them your money. If you're not happy with the product, you can take your money elsewhere. Vote with your wallets. Vote with your time. Don't vote with your insults, please. Games are hard. Give them the feedback. If you feel like you're being ignored, your time is better spent elsewhere. But understand. To your guns. Also this, yeah. Understand this as well. What is added to the game? Now, there's more aspects. This is a gross simplification, but what's added to a game is what players are asking for that line up with what the devs want for the game, that also line up with what's possible, either be it budget or technology. Yeah. And also what the publisher says is allowed, and a few other things. I do hope that at the very least, what I've talked about was some help or perspective, and that FPC continues to work hard and keep up that passion that I can clearly see from the whole team. And of course, thank you, Fantastic Pixel. Also, some people, a couple of comments were asking, like, all the directions Ghost is going to be pulled in by every MMO player wanting it to be what they want it to be, me included. Now, this may be this might be one of my more radical ideas. Cena Breyer said it one time when I was playing with her, but I agree with it, and it's a philosophy I have. I don't want a mini-map. I want no mini-map. Why? Because when you have a mini-map, where are you looking on the screen when you're navigating? At the mini-map. You're not looking at the game. How to solve this? Get rid of the mini-map. Design the game to be navigatable in the world. Give us landmarks to look at. I don't want to look at the corner of the screen. I want to look at the world the developers have designed. I want to look at the beautiful art. I don't want to look at the corner of the screen. Let me look at your world. Let me navigate by engaging with your world design. What about making pulling out a map an extra step? Yeah, I like that. If there has to be a map, make it so that you have to stop and pull it out to look at it. I'd be fine with that. No, I would go as so far, this might be a hot take. I would go as so far as to not even give minimap as an option. Like, because if it's an option, everyone's going to use it. Like, why would you not use it? It's too convenient. I feel as though the minimap makes navigation so convenient that you're not engaging with the game. You're not engaging with the environment. Yeah, you either look at the game or you look at the map. Yeah, I like that idea. What if one person is a designated navigator and only they have a mini-map? No, I think, what if there's a two-person mount, one person is navigating and sitting because they don't have to control the mount, and the other person is riding the mount. That sounds cool to me. I hear you, but in my time working with MMOs, I can tell you for certain that the last time I worked on a game that didn't have a minimap, it was the #1 requested feature. Yeah, and sometimes you have to protect players from themselves. I believe just because players ask for it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good feature. You know what players asked for in Final Fantasy? A level skip. You know what players asked for in Final Fantasy? To get rid of the side objective, or the side routes in dungeons. To not engage with the mechanics. To make jobs easier. They asked for Viper to be easier. They asked Black Mage to have more movement options. Sometimes you gotta stick your heels in the sand and be like, no, that's not good for the game. Now, it is subjective. I'm not saying that there is an objective, calculable truth as to what you should or shouldn't listen to the player. But I also believe that just because players are asking for it doesn't always mean that it's good to add. I understand your perspective, and I understand the pressure, but I believe minimaps, like I said, this might be a hot and extreme radical take. I believe minimaps are one of the worst things added to video games. Because when you add a minimap to the video game, that's all people will be looking at when they navigate. And that does a disservice to the level design, and I believe it's a crutch that developers have been relying on instead of designing an actual recognizable world. The vocal people are vocal, regardless of whether they're the minority or not. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy to ignore players, especially when it's a vast requested feature. Hi, Bracky. Another example. You know what people asked for in Destiny 1? Higher drop rates on exotics. You know what we got in Destiny 2 on launch? Higher drop rates on exotics. You know what people hated in Destiny 2? Higher drop rates on exotics. They felt it made them less special, that they were getting exotics out the wazoo. And some people, of course, like I said, this is a very subjective thing. Some people loved getting exotics. They like the loot explosion, getting lots of cool gear all the time, and so that it's not as much of a grind. But again, it goes back to, with every convenience, you lose the novelty. You lose a bit of that experience. And this also goes into a deeper conversation of, like, the people who stuck with Destiny 1 are the people who like Destiny 1, warts and all. So when you make Destiny 2 different from Destiny 1, the people who play Destiny 1 aren't going to like it. Is that the right call? I don't know. It's not the wrong call. It's just a call that you have to make. But all this to say, my point is, just because players are asking for it doesn't mean that it's the best thing. Video game players are not video game designers. That's my stance. You have to protect players from themselves. But in this sense, specifically minimaps, I believe minimaps should go. Like, if minimaps went away forever, I would be a very happy gamer. Included, not to mention the difficult balance of any piece of commercial art. When to apply the changes your customer base is requesting versus when to stick to your guns. I do hope that at the very least, what I've talked about was some help or perspective, and that FPC continues to work hard and keep up that passion that I can clearly see from the whole team. And of course, thank you, Fantastic Pixel Castle, for giving me this amazing opportunity to try out the game and to make a video covering it. I very much look forward to seeing more. Hey, get away from that! Yeah. I will say, what I will praise about the game's visuals is the animations and feel of the character are very, very good. I'm going to tell them that next time I get the chance, and as more art is added to the game. The, like, character animation is top-notch. At least the movement. I feel the combat could use some work, but yeah. I love the physics on the cloth and stuff, the jumping, the animations. Super good. Feels really good. Feels really nice and fluid. But yeah, that's the video. Yeah, I would move mountains for Castle Queen. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. But yeah, so with that, now that you have the context as to what Project Ghost is, you guys can let me know what questions you would like for me to send to Faye so that she can figure out who would be the best to answer them. And I'll write them down. Here, I'll play some RuneScape music. Faye is here. Oh, yeah, Starlit Oracle. Hey, that's Faye. Community Manager Faye, everybody. Say hi. Inventory size, ability to buy more, fast travel options, how common. That's a lot of stuff. Hold on. I feel as though, afraid of users getting attached to work in progress mechanics balance. I could probably answer some of these. Inventory size, they're not worrying about that yet. Ability to buy more, they're not worrying about that yet. Fast travel options, they're not worrying about that yet. Actually, that one, yeah. Fast travel options. How will players traverse red zones? Loading screens. Good question. Loading screens. I mean no disrespect when I say this, but I feel as though a lot of these questions are very surface level as well. Afraid of users getting attached to whip mechanics balance. I don't think they're worried about that. That's just the nature of game dev. Work in progress mechanics are going to be changed. That's the nature of things. Linear or exploration focused dungeons. If latter, how will you resist optimizing it out? That's a good question. I will ask that one. How to... Yeah, they want to have 30 classes at launch, which is insane. Now, they say that they want to make the game alt-friendly. But I don't know if they plan to allow one character to be different classes like Final Fantasy. I would like that. I personally like that convenience. Rather than having to make a whole new character to fit a different class. So I will definitely be pushing for that, but we'll have to see. How many species will there be? Any weird ones you can already talk about? I don't know. I don't think they can talk about many of them because they have to do with the lore and story. The design and theme of a lot of the classes and races are heavily tied to the lore of the game, which I don't think they can talk about. How extensive will character creation be? Good question. How extensive character creation be? And Faye, don't worry about answering these questions immediately now. It's okay to just use this as a feel for like who would be good for the Q&A. Will there be any short stacks? Good question. Hefty if I haven't. Yeah, me and Faye have been pushing, like, please make the character creation good. Body options, please. Body options, size options, booty options even. No gender locks. I suppose you could argue that being locked into a single class is kind of friction that you may actually want, depending on your design goals. Maybe, yeah. I just feel as though it's the kind of friction that forces you to play the game multiple times. Like, if you need to make an alt... Like, I'm okay with friction of having to level up multiple classes. That's fine. But having to make a new character, go through the same quests over and over, I don't like that. That's... I don't like that specifically. Nagtel, let's not use that word, yeah. Thank you, Ryder. It's all good. The WoW model of having dozens of the characters and feeling like you need to grind rep and dailies with each one of them is why I don't go back to it. Yeah, I hope they don't do... Like, 1 or 2 dailies is fine. but I think they should be account-wide, so you don't feel the need to have to make alts to maximize your output. Okay, I think I got quite a few questions. I'm gonna send you, Faye, this list. Here. So far, the questions that I will be asking them are: what forms of player expression are there plans for, i.e. armor transmog, glamour, emotes, etc.? Will there be spirits? Is that why it's called Ghost? Are there plans for a player-run economy? Estimated timeline for the MMO's release or beta tests? Why choose building as a gameplay mechanic concept? Can we pet a dog or other creature? What are the potential ideas to combat power creep, or is it not a concern? Moreover, any thoughts on horizontal progression? No MMO lasts forever. Will there be an end-of-life plan for the game, even if it's decades down the line? Fast travel options. How will players traverse red zones, loading screens? How extensive will character creation be? Faye said, your chat is the best. You guys are the best. Yeah, I got your questions, Bracky. I'll list them down on the list as well and bring them up. Yeah, at that point, Steamberry Punch, is that even really gender locking, or is that just making it so that you're just playing a character now? That's more of a character select than a gender lock. Gender lock is basically a game that allows customization except for your gender. Like, that's what I would argue is gender lock. Because, like, you wouldn't say that Street Fighter is gender lock, because those aren't customizable characters. Those are just characters. Those are named characters. But when it comes to certain RPGs, I would say Path of Exile is gender lock. Like, why does the witch have to be female? Why does the warrior have to be male? Like, unless they have a name, I feel like giving them a title gives the expectation that you'll be able to customize them. For me, anyway. I might be alone in this, but... Yeah, Black Desert and Lost Ark are gender locked, and I don't get it. It's dumb. I mean, I understand it. I still think it's dumb and not justified. I understand the reasoning behind it. I just think that reasoning is stupid. No, I look at it from a cultural perspective as well. I just don't think that justifies it. Like, I understand it. Yeah, like, there has been... I know we all, have a parasocial love for Yoshi P, but there was a day and age where Yoshi P thought men wearing female outfits would be weird, and that's why they wouldn't do it. And that, of course, comes from the context of the culture that he is surrounded by and that he grows up in and that he lives in. He has changed his mind since then. But, yeah, like, just because that's the culture, I don't necessarily think that justifies it as a good reason. Like, I'm working with that additional context in mind, of course, when I say these things. It's not for a lack of understanding. I just disagree with it. Yeah, MapleStory has been adding more and more named classes, like named character classes as time has gone on, and I don't like that either. Like, if it's an MMO, why are you playing named characters? Maybe that's what my gripe with Path of Exile is like, if they're supposed to be named characters, like, let's say instead of the warrior, his name is gym? Why are there dozens of gyms running around? His name is now Jim, yeah. Would there be hidden quests or classes that the community could have come together to solve? Party of 12 gyms all looking to avenge their collective dad. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, people make the justification of like, oh, well, they are characters with their own story and motivation and lore. Then why is this a multiplayer game? Why are you doing this in a multiplayer game where there are other character of the exact same character going through the exact same character arc? Like, is it supposed to be an OC or not? Like, if it's an OC, I can understand. Like, that's a connective tissue. Final Fantasy works that way, where it's like, okay, there's connective, shared experience between all Warriors of Light, but it's still your Warrior of Light that you can customize. I don't know. That's my concern. I just, regardless of the reason behind it, I don't like it, and I would prefer it die. They're the same, but one uses the toilet while facing the wall, while the other one uses the toilet while facing the tank. Oh, well, that makes sense. I see. Yeah, like Destiny's Guardian, yeah. Like, in that sense, it makes sense to be able to customize your character. But if it's a named character with lore and backstory, I don't think that it makes sense to put that in a multiplayer setting where there are other gyms who are trying to avenge his father. I will say we are trying to avoid the Chosen One issue. That does make me excited. I hope they follow through and keep it at that. I don't think I think people yearn for MMOs where you're just a part of a larger group, a part of a populace. I would like an MMO where you are just a faceless nobody, but I know that that's not the goals of Ghost. Ghost wants to make you an important person, but not the most important person. So I'll have to find that elsewhere. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, I just want to make my own game. But, like, that's easy. Like, the specific... Ghost makes me excited for game design. But game dev is hard. Like, that's going to be a very long journey that I'm not able to start right now. I know, yeah, that's how it starts. Like, I don't have the time to dedicate to develop skills to make my own game right now. Oh, Foxims, thanks for gifting a sub to Faye. Just need a small loan of 100K. Yeah, I just need to take a loan out on my house. Take a mortgage out on my house. That'll do it. Yeah, Project Ghost is absolutely a placeholder. There's no way it's gonna release like that. An MMO where you're just a guy living your own life sounds fun. Yeah. Oh yeah, plans for a pet class. There's gonna be... They're shooting for 30 classes at launch. Is one of them gonna be a pet class? That's a good question to ask. They might not be able to answer that, but I'll ask that as well. Now, 30 is plans. Whether they will achieve 30 or not, we'll have to see. Content is constantly cut from games during the course of development. Content is cut during the course of video development, you know, on my end. So we'll have to see. They're shooting for that, but whether they'll be able to do it or not, we'll have to see. Most games have trouble making more than 5. Oh yeah. But yeah, if that's, I think that's a good place to call it. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Thank you guys for joining me for the Monster Hunter and also for the Project Ghost Talk. I think I'm gonna call it here. I've written down the questions to send to Faye, and Faye, you can figure out who best might be for that Q&A. And I think I'll let you guys know on social medias and stuff what the plans are for when that Q&A will happen. In the meantime, though, I will be working on the longsword video that'll be up next. Apologies for the delay. I was working on this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. But I will be getting back to the long-awaited silly guides. Let's find someone to raid. Silly guides. Shut up, Pasto. Ooh.
Goodbye for now, father.
Let's see. Wait, where'd they go? No, did they just go offline? Oh no! Oh, I saw someone I wanted to raid and they just went off. Oh wait, no, they're still there. Miss Lala. Miss Lala is playing Date Everything, which is a game I want to play, maybe on stream. It's a dating sim where literally every piece of furniture in a house is dateable.
Enjoy your noms, father. We appreciate the stream less than 3.
I appreciate you coming to the stream. Thank you. Every single one of you. Alright, what shall our raid message be? Raid message, 2 tacos. Yes, 2 tacos! Whether it be the emoji or the, what is it? Or just the phrase, 2 tacos. Is there a taco emoji? 2 tacos. Go emoji. Let me find it. Yeah, taco emoji! There we go. Either say 2 tacos or use that 2 taco emojis. Alright. Good night, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I will see you Friday for Minecraft Texture Pack. Bye.
So I guess that makes sense. Hello! Hi, JoCat! Welcome on in, honey! Oh, 2 tacos. I totally misread that raid message. I'm so sorry. Anyway, happy... happy Monday, happy time zone. Welcome on in. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hi, Joshy. Hi, Joshiana. Welcome on in. I hope you had a great time with your community. Welcome on in, JoCat, and all you wonderful kids and all your fabulous tacos. My name is Miss Lala. I'm a 1950s dino waitress VTuber serving up fun in the 21st century. We were just watching the